I am getting ready to share with you the best, the most detailed and amazing vocabulary lesson that is going to help you get a step closer to reaching your fluency goals. And if you are someone who enjoys building your vocabulary, please subscribe, turn on notifications. That way I can become your teacher. My name is Wes. The channel is Interactive English. It's all about helping you reach your fluency goals. So this lesson has it all. I've put the lesson together in 5 one-hour blocks, and I will be thoroughly impressed if you watch it all in one sitting. But what I recommend is that you take your time, you can watch some now, and then come back to it later. I just wanted to put all this together for you in one resource. So let's start with some descriptive words and phrases that you can use in everyday conversation. Let's talk about some advanced adjectives that you can use to describe places. And let's go ahead and begin and talk about some words you can use to describe, like, well, the landscape, mountains, beaches, lakes. So the first word that I have for you is serene. It just means calm and peaceful. So in this case, it's like you're saying that the landscape looks undisturbed. It's very calm, it's very peaceful. I could say, when driving through the countryside, the landscape appeared serene. Now, you can use this word to describe other things. You could say a person looks serene. And so I just want you to know that, yes, these adjectives are very useful. You can use them to describe different places, different things. I just want to give you something to associate each word with. So the next word that I have for you is stunning. And if you're describing something you see, the landscape as stunning, it means it's extremely beautiful. So this word is often used with the word view, and you might talk about a stunning view. I could say that if you go to Yosemite National Park, there are so many stunning views, and this is true. I would highly recommend you visit Yosemite if you ever travel to the US. Picturesque. This means that something is visually attractive. So that suffix on the end there, that esque, it means like or resembling. So in this case, it's like you're saying something looks like or resembles a picture or a painting. And I could say the view from the mountaintop was picturesque. It looked like it belonged maybe on a postcard. The next adjective is desolate. Desolate, if you're describing a place as desolate, it means empty and not attractive. And this definitely has more of a negative connotation. So I might think of the desert. It's very empty. It's not a place that I want to spend a lot of time, so I could describe it as desolate. Or I could say, after the fire, the forest looked desolate and lifeless. It was empty, it's unattractive, it's desolate. Then we have the word unspoiled. This is a great word. Now spoiled means something is ruined, so that has a negative connotation. So unspoiled has a positive connotation, and you're saying that something is beautiful because it has not been damaged or ruined by people or development. And you could describe some land as unspoiled. I could say the rainforest is unspoiled, which is what makes it so unique. And the next word is pristine. Pristine means, well, in very good condition. And often people may use this with the word condition. Something is in pristine condition. But if we're talking about a place, I would think that, well, this place is well kept, there's no trash. And when I think of the word pristine, I would think of Japan. If you've ever been there and you drive outside the city, it looks pristine. There's no trash. It's really well maintained, and it looks in very good condition. Next, I want to talk to you about words that you can use to describe the atmosphere of a place. These are great adjectives to talk about, well, the mood or the feeling of a place, like tranquil. So tranquil means, well, peaceful and calm, really without any noise. It's very similar to serene, but in my opinion, serene would more often be used to talk about the way a place looks, whereas tranquil really captures like that feeling of calm and peacefulness. I could say I traveled to this picturesque beach with stunning views, and it was so tranquil. It was just very calm and peaceful. The next adjective is vibrant. I really like this one. It means exciting, energetic, full of enthusiasm, and you could use it to describe like a city and talk about the atmosphere. It's very vibrant. But I think this word is great for describing things like festivals and talking about the atmosphere. I could say that Carnival is one of the most vibrant festivals in the world. The colors, the dancing, just the mood, it's just, yes, it's definitely vibrant. And the next adjective is homey. So if you say that a place is homey, it means that it's just comfortable and cozy. And notice it has the word home in it because I think people often associate home as being comfortable and cozy. But in this case, you're not going to use it to talk about your home. You would really use it to talk about another place like a hotel or a room. So I could say that I stayed in a small hotel along the coast with a homey atmosphere. And then we have the word bustling. Bustling means very active and busy, and you could think of big cities. Big cities have an atmosphere that is bustling. For example, Times Square in New York City is always bustling with tourists, all right? Just has that atmosphere, that busy mood, that busy feeling. And speaking of cities, let's talk about some adjectives that you can use to describe cities or towns, like renowned. So if you say that a city or town is renowned for something, it means that it's famous for something. And you're typically going to follow this adjective with the word for. I could say that Paris is renowned for the Eiffel Tower. All right, people think of this landmark when they think of Paris. Or Italy is renowned for pizza. I think connecting it with food, this is a great way to use this adjective. A place is renowned for some food. Cosmopolitan is a great adjective. It means including people from many different countries. So Hong Kong is a cosmopolitan city. New York City is a cosmopolitan city. Then we have walkable, and I included this one because I like places that are walkable. I like to walk. It means that a place is, well, easy or safe to walk in. And you have that suffix, that able, which means able to do. You're able to walk. And I think often you're going to use this adjective and say that maybe a place is easily walkable or it's not walkable. I could say the city had many pedestrian streets, so it was easily walkable. And then there's overcrowded, which means containing too many people or things. And if you're going to use it to describe a place, you're probably referring to too many people. And it's a great word for adding emphasis instead of just saying a place is crowded. I remember traveling to Dubrovnik, Croatia. It's a beautiful city, but the old town was definitely overcrowded. Next is spacious. This is a word that I really like, and it just means large with a lot of open space. And if you describe a city or town as spacious, perhaps you're talking about, well, like the streets or just the layout. Maybe there are a lot of parks, and it makes it feel like it's spacious. Parts of New York City are overcrowded, but if you go to Central Park, it is a spacious area. Another great adjective is charming. It just means pleasant or attractive, and maybe when traveling, I could say, I discovered this charming little street that was very spacious and not overcrowded. Then we have quaint. And this is a little different than charming because it means attractive because of being old-fashioned. So maybe I could tell you that I walked down this charming cobblestone street that had these quaint little cafes on both sides. And now let's talk about describing buildings, structures, or landmarks with adjectives like iconic. And iconic means very famous or popular, and it's often referring to the symbol of something. And you may even use this word with landmark and talk about an iconic landmark. So if you travel to Sydney, Australia, the Opera House is an iconic landmark. And then there's contemporary, which means belonging to the present. And often you're going to use this adjective to talk about, well, the architecture, the way that buildings or homes look. So I could say that, well, Dubai is a very modern city with contemporary architecture. And I'm really talking about the way the buildings look. Majestic. It means beautiful, powerful, and causing great admiration. And you could describe a structure as majestic. I could say the London Tower Bridge is majestic. The Golden Gate Bridge is majestic. The Liberty Bridge in Budapest, right outside my door, is majestic. And those are just some examples. You don't have to describe only bridges as majestic. Now let's talk about some adjectives that are, well, not so good, like gaudy. So if you say that, well, a building or a structure looks gaudy, then you're really saying that it's just unpleasantly bright or showy. So I think that Las Vegas has some gaudy hotels and casinos. I know some others might think that they look majestic, but I think they look a little gaudy. Then there's another useful adjective, dilapidated, which means old and in poor condition. So think of like a building that's, well, it's starting to fall apart. So if I said that the neighborhood was abandoned a long time ago and now the buildings are dilapidated. And then I have a few words to talk about, well, just like a general location when referring to some place, like out of the way. And if you say that some place is out of the way, it means that it's, well, just far away from where people usually live or go. And yes, you're probably referring to like a building or structure like a restaurant. I could say, we ate at this out-of-the-way restaurant, but the food was really great. I'm really saying that the location was just far away from where people usually go. And then I have an idiom, which is also an adjective phrase, and that is off the beaten path. Or you could say off the beaten track. Both of them are okay. And this just means that a place is, well, not known or popular. And typically, you're going to use this in a positive sense. I could tell you that I went hiking in Corcovado National Park in Costa Rica. There were not many people around. It was off the beaten path. And I really like that. And then we have God-forsaken. And you would use this adjective to describe a place that is, well, unattractive and contains nothing interesting or pleasant. And often you may use it with the word place, and you talk about a God-forsaken place. And the other thing I would say is you might use this like in the moment, like to express your temporary feeling about a place. Perhaps you're having a bad day, you're frustrated, and you feel that just, yes, some place is just a God-forsaken place. I could say summer in Florida is extremely hot. And Disney World is usually overcrowded. And if I were there, I'd probably think, I just want to get out of this God-forsaken place. There are too many people. It's too hot. It just sounds like a God-forsaken place to me. I want to teach you some new verbs, and they're kind of advanced verbs, but they are all about movement. These are verbs that you can use to describe different types of movement. And what I've done is that I've put them in categories to help you better understand the meaning of the verb, but also give you an idea as to when you might use these verbs. So let's begin with walking and running. If you're talking about that movement, walking and running, there are different verbs that you can use. You can use strut. And if somebody is strutting, it's talking about the way somebody is walking, and it is more of a very confident walk, perhaps even an arrogant walk as well. And you could say that they are strutting. The next one is stagger. And to stagger means to walk with great difficulty, almost as if you are about to fall over. And often I think you would use this verb in the present tense, like you're talking about something that's happening right now, and you would say, he is staggering or she is staggering. And also, I think it's commonly used when referring to somebody who maybe has had too much to drink. They've had a lot to drink. They don't really have a lot of control over what they're doing, and they're walking with great difficulty. Then you could say that this person is staggering. Then we have the verb to bolt, and this is just to move really fast, almost like a run, and you might bolt to get somewhere. For example, I often would use this if I'm talking about trying to get to an airplane and I'm late, and I might say, wow, I bolted to the airplane. I was running behind and I had to run. I bolted to that airplane. The next verb is slip. And this is talking about moving, that you're moving quietly so that somebody doesn't notice you. And often you're going to follow this verb with a preposition. So you might slip by someone or slip past someone. Both of those mean the same thing. You're just trying to get by this person without being noticed. You could also slip inside or slip outside of some place. Maybe you forgot something at work and you don't want your boss to see you. You might slip inside the office and get whatever you need to get, and then you're going to need to slip outside because you don't want anybody to see you. And then we have the verb to drag one's feet. Now, this is an idiom, and it means that you are moving reluctantly. You're moving slowly, but you really don't want to be moving forward. And you could say, well, you're dragging your feet. So for example, let's say that, well, maybe you and I, we're traveling somewhere and we're late. We need to get to the gate. And I'm like, okay, we need to go. We need to bolt to that airplane. But you just want to take your time a little bit. Maybe you're like, hey, let's go get a snack before we get on the airplane. Maybe I'll say, hey, stop dragging your feet. We need to go. We need to bolt. Now, this idiom can also be used in other situations as well. It doesn't always have to be talking about movement. It could be referring to progress as well. So if you have some work that you need to do, but you're trying to avoid doing it, you are procrastinating, you could also say then that you're dragging your feet, that you're trying to avoid working on some project, you don't want to do it. I think we've all been there before, but maybe your colleague, your coworker, or even your boss might come over and tell you, look, you need to finish this project, stop dragging your feet. Now let's talk about some verbs that you can use if you're driving or flying. You're in the car, you're in the plane, and well, one thing we could say is hitchhike, to hitchhike. And this means that you get a free ride with someone in a vehicle. So typically you're talking about driving, you're on the road, you're standing on the road, you got your thumb out, and you are trying to hitchhike to some location, and perhaps somebody would stop and pick you up to hitchhike. Now, I don't think it's as common nowadays. In some places, people might even say it's dangerous. But just so you know, in case you see somebody doing it on the side of the road, they are trying to hitchhike. Another verb, which I think is very common nowadays, is carpool. To carpool with someone or carpool with others, because it refers to traveling by car in a small group, either to protect the environment or just to save money. Perhaps save on using gas, and people will carpool to work, or they will carpool to school, and they'll ride together in a small group to carpool. Then we have the verb leapfrog, and this just means to take turns moving ahead of each other. So I think you would use this to describe a situation in which you are driving, maybe on the interstate. One person is passing the other, and then they pass you back, and then you pass them again, and back and forth you go. And you could refer to this situation, and you are leapfrogging each other, to leapfrog. And I think this happens when people perhaps are driving on an interstate and you want to pass a car and you go in front, and then you're like, okay, I'm in front now. And then next thing you know, they pass you. They just leapfrog you, and then you want to pass them again. That is the situation in which you might use this verb or hear somebody talking about it, to leapfrog. Then there's the verb swerve, to swerve. And you could use this if talking about driving or flying. And what it means is it's a sudden change in direction, especially if somebody has been moving in a straight line and then they suddenly change directions and swerve to the left or swerve to the right, to swerve. And finally, we have the verb soar, which is really for flying, because it just means that you are flying high. And you could describe a plane and say that the plane is soaring through the air. It is flying high, it is soaring. Now let's talk about some verbs that you could use to describe the way perhaps certain animals might move. And as I tell you these verbs, I'll tell you an animal that I think of, and just to give you something to associate the word with. So you could use the verb glide, to glide. And This just means a continuous motion. And what I think of is perhaps a bird. Birds might glide through the air. Or maybe you're talking about like a swan or a duck, the way it moves across the water, and you could say that it is gliding. It is just a smooth, continuous motion. Now, we could also say slither. And this is talking about moving by sliding and twisting. And almost always I would think of a snake. And you would say that the snake slithers. That is how snakes move. They twist, they slide, and they slither. Or you could use the word wobble. I think of a penguin, because it's talking about like moving, you're like going back and forth from side to side. And you're walking in a way that shows that there is poor balance. Because when penguins walk, they kind of shake, and they almost look like they're about to fall over. They don't have very good balance, and you could then say that they look like they are wobbling. They're just wobbling along, and that's how they move. Then we have the verb gallop, which I think is often used to describe the way a horse moves, because it refers to an animal who is running and all 4 feet are off the ground at the same time. They're running, the horse is galloping. And then there is the verb wiggle. And I've included this verb because I think you could use it if you're holding an animal. And you're holding the animal, and maybe the animal does not want to be held. So it's going to start wiggling. It's going to move back and forth from side to side, up and down. And they're just these really small, quick movements because maybe the animal is trying to escape. Perhaps you're holding a puppy, and the puppy wants to get down, and it just starts wiggling, to wiggle. Now let's talk about some verbs that you can use to, talk about situations. So in this case, it's not really always going to be a physical movement that you're referring to, but we're talking about a situation that you may need to move in one way or another. Let me give you some examples about what I'm talking about. So the first one I have for you is approach, to approach. And this just means to get nearer and nearer to someone or something. Now, we could use this verb to describe some actual physical distance, some situation. I could say, well, hey, we are approaching our final destination. We are getting nearer and nearer to this destination. But you could also use it if there is some problem or situation that you don't know how to solve. And you could say something like, okay, how are we going to approach this issue? How are we going to get closer to it? And in that case, you could use the word approach. How are we going to approach this issue? How are we going to approach this problem? What is our plan? What are we going to do? Because we need to, get closer to it in order to solve it or remedy some situation. How are you going to approach this? Then we have the verb circumvent. And what it means to circumvent something is to basically avoid something, usually in a clever way. You're trying to go around some type of obstacle. For example, maybe, a situation that all of us have is, we have to pay taxes. And perhaps there is some type of tax we want to avoid. We want to get around this, and you might try to circumvent the tax law. And I could say, we discovered this new way to circumvent the tax laws, and we don't have to pay this tax. So if you want to circumvent something, you're just trying to avoid it. You're trying to go around it in some clever way. And then we have the verb smuggle. To smuggle something is to move something secretly. And often I think we're talking about something illegal. So you might hear it being used in the context of drugs. People might smuggle drugs. You could also smuggle other people. But in either case, you're talking about moving something secretly. And yes, it's often illegal to smuggle. Next is lag. And this just means that you're making slow progress, and it's usually behind some other people. So in that case, it's quite often that you would follow this verb with the preposition behind, to lag behind someone, or you're lagging behind. You're making slow progress, and you're behind everyone else. You are lagging. And then we have the verb spiral, which it means that some situation, it's getting worse and worse, and it's becoming more difficult to control. And quite often you would probably hear that entire phrase and you'd say that some situation, it is spiraling out of control. That's not a good thing. You don't want any situation to spiral out of control. So I hope this lesson was easy to follow. I hope it was easy to understand these verbs by breaking them into these different categories, because that is the way I wanted to approach this lesson. That is how I wanted to approach this situation. Because the next time that you see someone moving, I hope you'll be able to identify that. If you see somebody strutting, or maybe you see them staggering, or perhaps you see somebody on the road hitchhiking, you'll be able to associate that movement with the correct verb so that you can more accurately express your thoughts, opinions, and ideas. As always, I would encourage you to listen for these verbs, try to identify them if you're reading something, or even use them in conversation if you happen to be talking about the way something moves. I want to teach you 20 different nouns to help you describe people. And these nouns would describe somebody's, their profession or their personality or even their characteristics. So as I go through and we talk about these nouns, again, I want you to try to associate these words with a person that you know. Let's begin with profession. Maybe somebody's job, what they do for work, or maybe even a position that they have for their work. And we will begin with the noun amateur. And if you say that someone is an amateur, it means that they do some type of hobby or activity for fun. They are not a professional. This is not how they make a living. They don't typically get paid for it. And you could say that he or she is an amateur. The next noun is a tutor. Now, this noun, it's talking about education because it's a person who will help a child study outside of school in order to give them extra help. And you would say that this person is a tutor, maybe in math, in science, even in English. Anybody could have a tutor. Mostly we're talking about children, but it could be a high school student, a university student, even an adult could have a tutor if they want extra help. Now, let's stick with education, and the next noun is a scholar. This is talking about a person who studies a subject in great detail, especially in university. And if they study it for a long time and they know it very well, you could say that they are a scholar.
Amy is a decorated scholar. She forged a successful career in journalism.
Jimmy's met a new young lady.
Brenda, she's really something. Rhodes Scholar.
Impressive.
Well. Quite a scholar, I see. Look, Giddy, a man of letters. Is your book?
The next noun is, it's actually two nouns that mean the same thing, and that is big fish, or you could say a big wig. And in either case, it's talking about a person who is powerful and important, and it usually refers to a position within a company. And maybe you're talking about the boss, and they are the big wig, or perhaps somebody else in the company, and you say, wow, this person, they're a big fish, all right? They're a very important, influential, and powerful person, a big fish or a big wig.
Well, Lois, I'm off to my first day as a corporate bigwig.
And we have information that a mobster by the name of Marco Ocha moved to Paris about 6 months ago. He's the one, he's a big fish.
Then we have the noun one's right hand. And if you're talking about, one's right hand, you're not really talking about the hand. You're talking about a person who supports someone else, usually at work. And you could say, he's my right hand, or she's my right hand. She's always helping me get stuff done, and she supports my work. One's right hand. You may also use this as, another noun, and people might say, a right-hand man. And if somebody is like the right-hand man, then that is the person who would help somebody else, especially at their work, a right-hand man. Then we have the word valedictorian. Why am I having such trouble with this word? Then we have the word valedictorian. And this is talking about the person, really the student, who has the highest grades at the end of high school. So when high school finishes, the person with the highest grades, that person is the valedictorian. And typically they will give a speech at the graduating ceremony when school finishes. Now, I don't know if this is the same for all high schools all over the world, but especially in the United States, the person with the highest grades, they are called the valedictorian, and they would give a speech when at the graduating ceremony, valedictorian. And I'm having a very tough time saying that. I was not the valedictorian. That is okay. But it's a word that you may hear if you're watching a TV show or movie and they're talking about somebody who was very smart in high school. They did very well, and he or she was the valedictorian. Valedictorian, yes.
Right now, I'm the best student. I'm gonna be the velociraptor.
You trying to say valedictorian?
Now let's talk about nouns that are related to someone's personality, kind of talking about the type of person that they are. So you could say that somebody is a dilettante, and this is talking about a person who is very interested in a subject, but doesn't really have a deep understanding of it. And I think all of us can relate to this, that we might be interested in some area of study or something in general, whether it's cars, fashion, computers, and we know about it because we're interested in it, but we don't really have a deep understanding because, well, maybe it's not our job. And you could say that we are just dilettantes in that regard. So, for example, maybe somebody, they're very interested in politics, and you could say they are a political dilettante. They're interested in learning about it, but it's not their job, and they don't have a very deep understanding of it, dilettante. Then we have the noun aficionado, and this is actually a Spanish word that means fan, but an aficionado is a person who is very interested and enthusiastic in learning about some topic. And you say, wow, I am really a soccer aficionado. I love it. Or I am a cigar aficionado. There's actually a magazine about cigars called Aficionado. And I could say that all of you are vocabulary aficionados because you are interested and enthusiastic about learning new words and phrases. And you are not dilettantes because you have a deeper understanding of these words. You're an aficionado. Then we have the word confidant. And if you say that somebody is a confidant, it is a person that you really trust and you are willing to share your feelings and secrets with that person. You could say that he is my confidant, that he is the person that I will tell secrets to. Or for me, I'd really say my wife, she is my confidant. If I have some problems, some secrets, and I just need to tell somebody, I need some help, she is my confidant and I will tell her. Maybe not all the secrets, but most of them.
You need to choose her to be your vice presidential candidate.
No. I chose you as a trusted confidant.
Confidant of mine has told me that when he goes, Sansa Stark goes with him.
Your heart is true, you're a pal and a confidant.
Then we have the noun proponent, and this is talking about a person who speaks publicly in support of some plan or action, and you might often follow this word with the preposition of, that he is a proponent of some issue. She is a proponent of saving the dolphins, that she wants to publicly support it and talk to others about it. She's a proponent of saving the dolphins. I think all of us are probably a proponent of something. If you think about something that you believe in, that you want to support, then you could say you are a proponent of this thing. The next noun I have for you is a guru. And a guru it's more of a spiritual leader if you're thinking about like Hinduism, but it's also somebody who is kind of a teacher as well. And you may hear this word used in that context. It makes me think of somebody who is wise and very spiritual, and they want to help others and teach others, and you could say that they are a guru. Then we have the noun gourmet. And if somebody is a gourmet, then it means that they know a lot about food. They're very knowledgeable about food, and they typically like to eat fancy and expensive food, and this person is a gourmet.
I like it better than tuna helper myself. Don't you, Clark?
You're the gourmet around here, Ed.
What else did Lance tell you about me?
You're a real gourmet.
Oh, yeah?
These sandwiches are delicious, Mrs. Elton. You really are a gourmet.
Next is the noun humanitarian. And if you say that somebody is a humanitarian, it means that they are interested in helping other people, especially people who may be suffering in some way. And they may be donating money, donating clothes. They are involved in some type of activity. And you could say, well, you know, this person, they're a great person. They're a humanitarian. Personally, I think all of us should be humanitarians, and we should try to give back and help others who are in need. Now let's talk about nouns that pretty much refer to people's characteristics, their emotions, their behaviors. And you could say that somebody is, well, a coward. And this is, well, it's not good to be called a coward because it's talking about a person who is typically afraid of a lot of things. They're very scared. Somebody who is not brave, you could say that this person is a coward. We could also say that someone is an introvert. And if somebody is an introvert, it means that they are not very social. They're often quiet, a bit reserved. They typically may like to be left alone and have time to themselves. And you could say that this person is an introvert. Now, the opposite of an introvert is an extrovert. And this is somebody who, well, is very social. They like to go out a lot. They like to meet all different types of people. And typically they're very talkative, and you would say that they are an extrovert. I think if you were to think of yourself, like, for example, I think I can be both. Sometimes I am more of an introvert, and other times I might be more of an extrovert, and I like to go out and try to meet people, and I'm a little more social. Introvert and extrovert.
Zelda was the sunny, fun-loving extrovert.
Look at my pumpkin, Mr. Peanut Butter.
Whereas Zoe was the smart, cynical introvert.
My pumpkin's throwing up because Halloween encourages excessive consumption of refined sugar at a time when obesity rates are sky high.
Then we have the noun perfectionist. And if you say that somebody is a perfectionist, it means that this person thinks that, well, everything needs to be perfect, that they will not stop until they believe everything is perfect, and you would say that he or she is a perfectionist. Now, a noun that is a little similar to that, but it's still different, would be someone who is a purist. And if you describe someone as a purist, it means that this person believes that things should be done in the traditional way, that we should follow the rules, we shouldn't do them in some other way, follow tradition, and you could describe this person and say that they are a purist.
Triple twist! Nice work! You sure this was done by hand?
Yeah, she's a real purist.
Hate those guys. As a Sesame Street purist, I don't think Elmo usually tells passing women that they have a sweet dumper.
Repeat visitor. Traveling solo? Purist. Getting off on the undiluted experience.
And then we have the noun whiz. And if you describe somebody and say that, well, this person, they are a whiz, it means that they are highly intelligent and very smart in some area or some expertise. For example, you could say that somebody is a math whiz. They're very good at math. They're very intelligent when it comes to math. They're a math whiz. I could say that, all of you are a vocabulary whiz. You are watching these lessons, you're learning new words and phrases, and it's going to help you improve your overall English fluency. You are a vocabulary whiz. I want to teach you some useful and advanced adjectives that you can use to describe people. And this is a great lesson because, well, we talk about people all the time. We describe ourselves. We also talk about our friends, our families, our colleagues. So many of these adjectives really describe someone's personality. Now, when we use adjectives, often we might use them before the noun, in which case they are called attributive adjectives, or they might follow a linking verb, in which case they are a predicate adjective. As we go through these, I will tell you which ones I think are more common as an attributive adjective before the noun, or those that I think are more commonly found in the predicate and would follow a linking verb. So let's begin with overzealous. This is a great adjective, which means that someone is showing a little too much eagerness or enthusiasm, almost to the point where, well, you find it a little strange that they are this eager or they're this enthusiastic about something, so you could describe that person as being overzealous. So this is an adjective that you can use either before a noun or it can follow a linking verb, either one. So you might describe people and say somebody has overzealous parents. They're showing a lot of enthusiasm for their kids. Her parents are very overzealous. Perhaps when our little girl gets older, maybe I will be an overzealous parent and I will be so enthusiastic about everything she does. Or maybe you have some overzealous colleagues that anything that happens, they're always enthusiastic. Perhaps they're always eager to do things. And you might think, well, they're a little overzealous. I imagine that you guys are overzealous students, that you are so excited to build and learn new vocabulary. During the concert, some overzealous fans ran onto the stage. Next is tenacious. This adjective means that somebody is just not giving up, perhaps stubbornly, that they just absolutely refuse to give up, even though maybe they should. Now, when I think of this word, I actually think it's used in more of a positive manner when you describe somebody as tenacious and they are not giving up, they refuse to give up, they're being very stubborn, but they should keep going. It is a good thing that they don't give up in that sense if you want to say, she is a tenacious student. She refuses to give up no matter how difficult it is, she's tenacious. Even though he's short, he always gives a tenacious effort. Then we have candid. And if you say that someone is candid, then basically you're just saying that this person is truthful and that they are honest. So we can use this adjective and describe someone and say that they are a candid person, or perhaps they give a candid response to a question. Personally, I think it's maybe more common to follow the linking verb to be, and you would describe somebody that he is candid or she is candid. They are truthful and honest, and if you're describing somebody in that way, it's almost like you're trying to say, well, this person can be believed. We can trust this person because they are candid and they give candid responses. And I guess I'm just going to keep using the word candid again and again so that it helps you remember the meaning. This candid photo shows some of the poor living conditions surrounding the city. Next is facetious, and this is one of my favorite adjectives. Now, the first thing that I want to point out is the pronunciation, because looking at this adjective, it may not be pronounced the way that it's spelled, facetious. That first syllable is going to have that schwa, that fa, and we're just basically going to pronounce the letter C, facetious, facetious. And what it means is that somebody is joking, and they're not being serious, and perhaps in an inappropriate way. In a sense, they should be serious, but they're joking around. They are being facetious. And I think it's commonly used just like that, that in some kind of situation, you're talking to somebody else and you're joking with this person. Perhaps they don't know about it, and you have to tell them and say, look, I'm being facetious. I'm joking. I'm not being serious. So that is a phrase that you might often hear with this word, somebody actually having to tell the other person, say, wait, I'm being facetious. Or maybe you could say that of another person. If somebody doesn't understand that this person is joking, you say, well, look, he's being facetious. She's being facetious. They are joking. They're not being serious. They're being facetious. Sometimes it's hard to take my boss seriously because he's always being facetious. Then we have the word obtuse. Now, this is not a good adjective. You don't want to be called obtuse because what it means is that somebody is lacking in intelligence and maybe they're a bit slow to understand. And you would often use it with the linking verb to be and say that someone is obtuse, that they are slow to understand, and you could describe that person and say, yeah, he's a bit obtuse. He's slow to understand. He's not a very smart person. They're obtuse. Or if there's a situation and somebody, it's like they don't want to hear the truth and they're trying to deny it and they don't want to listen And you could say, well, they are being obtuse, that they refuse to believe what is obvious, what is sensible, but they just don't want to believe it. They're being obtuse. Sometimes my uncle can be so obtuse, he refuses to listen to anyone. Next is the word boorish. And again, it's not a great adjective. You don't want to be referred to as a boorish person because it means that someone is rude or insensitive. And often I think it's used before the noun behavior. And this is a commonly used collocation, and you might describe somebody's behavior as boorish, their boorish behavior. It's rude, it's insensitive, they may exhibit boorish behavior. Keep in mind that this adjective is unrelated to the word boring. That is a very common adjective, but they have different meanings. If somebody is boorish, they are rude or insensitive. Boorish behavior. His boorish behavior caused me to hang up on him. Then we have jittery, and this is another great adjective, and it's used to describe someone who is nervous and they are unable to relax. Often I think it's used as a predicate adjective, and you'd say someone is jittery. So there is probably some kind of situation that would make someone nervous. They're unable to relax, and you could describe them as jittery. Perhaps they have to give a very important presentation. And before the presentation, you could say, wow, he's really jittery. It's also used in a situation that if somebody they're unable to relax because they want to leave. For example, I have been in some very long teachers' meetings in my life, and the meetings just go on and on and on. And I don't want to sit there anymore, and I start to get jittery. I start moving around, I start shaking my legs, and I want to get out of there. I can't relax, I'm jittery. The boy was so jittery, he had a tough time staying seated. Then we have capricious. Now with this one, again, let's first look at the pronunciation. That first syllable has the schwa sound, that sound, and then the pri is just pronounced as pre. Capricious. Capricious. And what this means is that someone or something is impulsive or unpredictable. So you could use this adjective and say that, well, the weather is capricious, it's unpredictable, you don't know what's going to happen. Or if you describe a person as capricious, it makes me think of somebody who maybe they make a decision and then they change their mind almost immediately and want to do something else. And then they change their mind again and want to do something completely different. You could say that they are capricious. Or maybe a person is a capricious shopper. Capricious shopper. Capricious shopper. That's hard to say. Capricious shopper. Capricious shopper. Capricious shopper. I actually would just say that that person is capricious, that they are impulsive, they are unpredictable, and you might describe them as capricious. Because of his capricious nature, he couldn't commit to chewing just one thing. Then we have the adjective gullible, and this just means that a person is easily persuaded to believe something. Essentially, they just believe whatever you tell them. They are gullible. It often follows that verb to be. And I think we've all met people before in our lives who are pretty gullible. Whatever you tell them, they just believe you. So this is a great example of when, if you are being facetious, they are not going to understand that you're joking. They will believe you because they are gullible. And then you would have to tell them, look, I'm being facetious. I'm not being serious. I think it's also used to describe somebody in a temporary situation because, let's be honest, we've all been gullible at one point or another. So in that case, I think of perhaps somebody is trying to trick somebody else, or maybe there is some sort of scam. And for some reason, you fall for it. You're not thinking clearly. You could say, I was just gullible. I don't know why I believed this thing, but I did. I was gullible. I couldn't believe I fell for this internet scam. I was so gullible. Then we have adamant. And this adjective means that a person is refusing to change their mind or be persuaded. Often, I think this adjective is followed by the preposition about. You are adamant about something, that you just refuse to believe anything else. And often I think of maybe some sort of cause that a person is fighting for. They are very passionate about this cause, and you could say they are adamant about this thing. I am adamant about protecting the environment. I am adamant about teaching you guys vocabulary. I refuse to believe that you will not learn and build your vocabulary. I am adamant about teaching it to you. I think we can all think of different things that we are adamant about, that we just want this thing to happen. We won't be persuaded otherwise. You are adamant about something. The doctor was adamant she have surgery immediately. Then we have feckless, and this is used to describe a person who is weak or ineffective and just really lacking in the strength of character, that this person is feckless. And I think it might be also used to describe somebody's personality or their traits. For example, you might say that someone is a feckless leader. They are an ineffective leader because they lack that strong character. They are feckless. The coach's feckless leadership led the team to their worst record in school history. So I want to be honest, I want to be candid with you that when you are building your vocabulary, I hope that 2 adjectives that I could use to describe you would be overzealous, that you are just eager to learn new words, and that you're tenacious too, that you are not going to give up for whatever reason. So that is what I hope for, and I am absolutely not being facetious when I say that. I'd also like you to do a little bit of an association trick right now. If I just say the word jittery, who are you thinking about in your life? Try to associate these words with somebody that you know, because that's going to help you better remember the meaning and actually retain that information, and you won't forget it. I'm going to teach you some different words and phrases that you can use so that you can be very specific if you want to talk about another person and describe their personality, their behavior. So there are different adjectives and nouns that we can use to describe people, and I want to start with some adjectives. So the first word that I have for you is charismatic, and you could say that someone is charismatic, which means that this person has a natural influence over other people, and they can easily get people's attention. Just because you say that someone is charismatic, that does not mean that it's a good thing. It sounds like a good thing, and it can be a compliment, but it does not always mean that the person you're talking about is a good person. It's really just their behavior, the way they act. They have that influence, and they can easily get people's attention, well, because of the way they talk, the way they speak, and you could say that, yes, this person is charismatic.
The most popular, scandal-free athletes of all time. He's heroic, he's charismatic, and he's retiring.
The charismatic guy promising to make America great again.
You're the most remarkable person I know, and I've met Jaleel White, incredibly charismatic.
You mean to tell me this all happened because you were messing with the Shadow Man?
He was very charismatic.
Then we have the word chatty. And if somebody is chatty, it just means that, well, they like to talk a lot, usually in a very friendly and informal way. You could say he or she is chatty. Now, the one thing I would say about this word is that it's often used to make an observation about someone else. You wouldn't often hear people say that, oh, I'm so chatty. It's not necessarily a good or a bad thing, but you would use it more to make an observation and talk about the way somebody else is acting, that they are talking a lot. And you could use it to describe a person's, somebody's personality. You could say that he or she is a chatty person. But you could also use it to describe maybe somebody's temporary behavior, because if a person just doesn't usually talk a lot and then suddenly one day they're very talkative, you could tell them, wow, you're a bit chatty today.
What was I saying?
She's so chatty. Maybe my parents are right. Maybe I'd be better off with an Indian girl.
Something wrong?
Boy, someone's in a chatty mood. But you can start with clearing those empties.
Great. I'll get right on it.
Not very chatty today, are you?
I don't know. Is there something you wanted to talk about?
And the next word that I have for you, the next adjective is surly. And this just means that someone is not very friendly and they're often in a bad mood. Let me show you a picture which really captures this word right here. All right. Now, we would often use these words to describe people, but you could use them to describe animals as well. This picture, it is a perfect example of surly because that is one surly cat.
Sometimes you can come off a little surly.
What? I'm not surly.
That's it. She gets very surly when you disobey a direct order.
You're a different breed than our sort. You're surly, suspicious. You don't play well with others.
Then we have the phrase level-headed. And if you describe someone as level-headed, it means that this person is calm and they're able to easily deal with difficult situations. And I think it's definitely a good thing if somebody calls you level-headed. I think that all of us probably want to be level-headed and think that we can solve difficult situations and remain calm.
LA's so nice.
Everyone's so genuine and level-headed.
Okay, first of all, women don't like to be called dame. Second, women appreciate calm, level-headed, and responsible.
Mom, I'm not stoned. I'm completely fine. In fact, I'm more clear and level-headed than I've ever been.
Then we have the phrase easygoing, and this is used to describe someone who is, well, they're very relaxed and they don't easily get worried or upset. And you could say that, well, this person, they're just easygoing. Nothing bothers them. They don't worry about anything because they're easygoing.
I've always thought I was pretty easygoing, you know? It's not like I have the big issues.
Disappointed with you, Margot.
But you seem so easygoing. Thought you'd let me try on a dress.
What can I say? I'm an easygoing gal.
Next is absent-minded, and this phrase is used to describe someone who easily forgets things or they're just not really paying attention to the things that are happening around them. And you could say that this person is a little absent-minded. I think it happens to all of us. I forget things from time to time, and yeah, I would say that I can be absent-minded.
Waving goodbye with an absent-minded smile.
Thought you'd know about it.
And so we do. Of course we do. I'm sorry, I was being absent-minded.
Oh, yes, of course. She is an old dear, but a little absent-minded.
Then I have a couple of phrases that I'm going to put them together, and that is above average and below average. And these phrases are used to describe someone that is, well, higher or lower or better or worse than the usual amount or level. So you would use these phrases just to be a little more specific about your opinion as to this person's, perhaps their ability. And you could say that somebody is a below average tennis player. Or maybe I guess I would like to think that I am an above average English teacher. That's what I'd like to think. But these are great phrases that you can use when you want to describe maybe even your own ability or talk about somebody else's ability, above average or below average.
Wow! With above average height comes above average responsibility.
Until then, I'll just keep bringing him his below average pancakes and soggy bacon.
Do you think I'm an idiot?
No, I'd say you possess above average intelligence.
Corporal Dawson was given a below average rating. Committed a crime.
Then we have the adjective grumpy. And if you say that someone is grumpy, it means that they are easily annoyed and maybe they're usually complaining. They're complaining about something. You could say, gosh, you're always so grumpy. And to give you another example, let's just bring up another cat. Here, this is a picture of a grumpy cat. Now let's switch and talk about some nouns that can be used to describe people. And the first one, because we just talked about someone who may be grumpy, is a grump. All right, we can use this word as a noun as well. And a grump is a person who's not a very friendly person, and it's somebody who usually is complaining about something, you could say that this person is a grump, or you could have a little fun with the word and throw the adjective and noun together and say that somebody is a grumpy grump. They are really complaining a lot. They're a grumpy grump.
Stanley Hudson is a grump. Everybody knows that.
Miss Mullins is out today, so we have Mr. Cooper teach us biology. Such a grump.
No way! I bet you'd make way more money being nice than being a big grumpy grump to everyone all the time.
The next noun that I have for you is a jack of all trades. And if you say that somebody is a jack of all trades, it refers to a person that is capable of doing many different jobs, and they would typically do those jobs well. And when I say different jobs, I'm talking about a variety of really different things. So perhaps somebody is able to fix cars. This person is a great programmer. This person is an excellent cook. And they can do all of these different things, and they are very capable at doing them. You could say that he or she is a jack of all trades.
What if Big Ed is sort of like a floating utility player, kind of like a jack of all trades?
Listen, I'm so much more. I'm kind of a jack of all trades, if you will.
The next phrase I have for you is a dark horse. And this just refers to a person who is not expected to succeed or win, but then they suddenly do. They suddenly do win, and you could say that this person, wow, they were a dark horse, but they won the competition. So often it is used in that context when talking about some competition.
Ooh, a dark horse candidate. Late entry to the race.
What's this? No. A dark horse is challenging Gagne.
Any contestants worth mentioning?
Maybe. There's kind of a dark horse in the running.
So, here it is one more time, the dark horse for this year's Christmas #1. Christmas is all around. Thank you, Billy.
Then we have the phrase black sheep, which refers to a person who embarrasses a group or a family because they're different in some way, and perhaps they've done something, they've gotten into trouble, or they've done something wrong, and because of that, and they've embarrassed the family, you could say that he or she is a black sheep. Now, it does not always have to mean that they've done something wrong. It could just be that they're just different in some way, and maybe everybody else thinks it's a little strange. I think within all families, there is somebody, maybe a brother, sister, aunt, uncle, cousin, who is a little different from everyone else, and maybe other people think that it's a little strange. You could say that this person is a black sheep.
Third brother in the middle.
Gary, I heard.
Yeah, the black sheep. A drunk.
Do you know what's a black sheep?
No.
It's like when you're different to everyone else.
The Coens are like family, Neil.
Maybe they're about to become the black sheep.
Everybody thinks I'm the black sheep. Well, I'll show them what a black sheep can do.
Then we have the phrase know-it-all. And this refers to a person that just, they think they know everything. And you could describe them and say that he or she is a know-it-all. And this is a phrase that you wouldn't use it as a compliment. So it's not something you would say about yourself, but if somebody else, they're not being very humble and they're being a little too proud, they think they're so smart, you could tell them and say, oh, you're such a know-it-all.
Which means you're not taking your Synthroid like you should. You're such a know-it-all.
She's so rigid and demanding. She's a complete know-it-all.
Hey, it's me. The know-it-all.
What are you doing here?
Next is the phrase wise guy, and this refers to a person who is trying to be clever in a way that's a little annoying. So typically you would say this to a person, not really to be very mean to them, but really just kind of call them out on the way they are behaving, the way they're acting. They're trying to be clever, but they're really being a little annoying. And say, oh, you're such a wise guy. Stop being such a wise guy.
Get the delivery right here.
I caught a bad pepperoni.
A wise guy.
Okay. Hey, who's the wise guy?
Hey, does this look like a petting zoo to you, huh?
Okay, all right, wise guy.
You just earned a timeout.
Then we have the phrase stick in the mud. And this is one of my favorite phrases. It's a noun that's used to describe somebody who is old-fashioned and they just kind of want to avoid having fun. If somebody does not like to have fun and they're kind of ruining it for everyone else, you could say that they are a stick in the mud. Typically, if somebody is a surly person and maybe they're just complaining because they're so grumpy, you could tell them that they are a stick in the mud as well.
Why don't y'all take a few pictures, have a few laughs? Jeez, Eddie, what are y'all stick in the mud?
You were a stick in the mud when we judged that beauty pageant, and you're being a stick in the mud now.
I am not a stick in the mud. I just want to stop a party from happening.
Then we have the phrase yes man, and this is talking about a person who is always trying to please a superior, and they are saying things and doing things in order to please that person. I think it's often used in the context of work, because if somebody is always trying to make their boss happy, and whatever their boss asks them to do, they just say yes.
Andy's a yes man.
Not all the time. Sometimes I'll say I don't like something. He says he doesn't like it either.
It's very presidential of me, don't you think?
Absolutely.
You're not turning into a yes man, are you?
I'm becoming a corporate yes man. I'm like, yes, Mr. George Bush. Whatever you say, Mr. George Bush.
Then we have the word sitter. Now, this noun refers to someone who takes care of someone else. Now, I think the word is shortened. Typically, it's used to refer to a babysitter. A babysitter, someone who takes care and looks after a baby. But it could be shortened to just a sitter. You can also use this with other nouns as well. For example, you could say that somebody is a house sitter and they are taking care and looking after another person's house. Or perhaps they are a dog sitter or a cat sitter and they are taking care of somebody else's pets. A babysitter, a house sitter, a cat sitter, a dog sitter, a pet sitter. I think that's about it for sitters.
3 cities in 6 days. My head is just pounding. I'm not ready for a dinner party.
I already got a sitter.
Can you cancel her?
So what you're saying is if I can get an acceptable babysitter here before you leave, I can go patrol. Babysitter? I'm 14. I'm old enough to be a babysitter.
And thank you for reminding me I can't find a friggin' cat sitter.
I'm not going. Cheddar's regular dog sitter is ill.
I wonder if he'd know enough to go to my brother's place.
In Paris?
Maybe they have a house sitter.
So I hope you learn some new words and phrases, and I'm sure that you will remember them because you are not absent-minded. You are a very level-headed person. You will remember these words and phrases, and I hope that you can use them if you're having a conversation. Maybe you're feeling a little chatty and you're talking to other people, and you can practice using these words and phrases and just tell them how much you know, but maybe they will think that you are a know-it-all. Now that you've learned all of those descriptive words and phrases, let's have a look at some vocabulary that is at a C1 level. Now, this is an advanced level and would signify that you are a proficient speaker, but still, even though it's advanced, these words and phrases are commonly used, and that's why it's incredibly important to know how and when to use this vocabulary. And what I've done is I've separated the lesson into different categories based on the part of speech. Nouns, verbs, phrases, etc., in hopes that it makes it a little easier for you to understand and follow along. So without further ado, let's learn some C1 vocabulary. This lesson is going to be helpful and useful, and all things considered is the first phrase that I would like to teach you. So you would use this phrase when you're trying to say that something is true or good in general when you consider all of its aspects. And like you're saying that a situation's not perfect, but in general, it's pretty good. And often, I think you may use this phrase when you're referring to an event, like the success of an event. So if we're talking about a wedding, I could say the wedding was a great success, all things considered. There's a lot of planning that goes into a wedding. Some things may go wrong, but you could say all things considered, it was a great success. I also want to teach you the pronunciation of these phrases so that you can say them accurately and clearly. And with this phrase, the only thing that I'd like to point out is that there's a bit of co-articulation going on with that final dark L and all, and then you move right into that voiceless TH in things, because the tip of your tongue is going to be behind your top front teeth. And it's like we can just connect those two words, all things considered.
I guess all things considered, I was lucky Dwight was there.
Bit by bit is the next phrase that I'd like to teach you. So this is a binomial pair, which is talking about an expression that has two words joined by a conjunction. And that conjunction, it's often and or. But in this case, it's not. We're talking about by. Bit by bit. And what this means is gradually. You're going to do something gradually. Often I think that you would use this when talking about something you're going to grow or develop, or even just the opposite, something that you're going to destroy or take apart. So I could say that I'm trying to grow this channel bit by bit. I'm doing it gradually, and hopefully it'll get bigger and bigger. You may be thinking, is there really any difference between bit by bit and little by little, which is also another binomial pair, and they really have a similar meaning. I would say that little by little is more commonly used. It's actually a B2 phrase, but if you know that binomial pair, then you should have no trouble using bit by bit. And for pronunciation, there's not really anything too difficult going on here. There's a little bit of alliteration when you have the same sound said again and again. Bit by bit, you hear that B sound. So in that case, it's pretty fun to just say bit by bit, bit by bit.
Then I sat back and watched Moriarty destroy my reputation bit by bit.
Let's just stay with the B sound with our next phrase, which is before you know it. And this just means very soon. So when you use this phrase, you're emphasizing that something is going to happen quickly and suddenly. And before I give you some examples, I want to talk about the pronunciation. And I really want you to pay attention to the linking that occurs at the end of this phrase. So you have that W consonant sound in no. It's going to get linked with the vowel sound in it, that beginning vowel sound. No wit. And people will generally say this phrase together. They'll say it quickly. So linking will occur when you use this phrase before you know it.
First, she's texting at work. And then she's not doing her homework. And then she's hanging out with the bad kids. And before you know it, she's pregnant.
To give you a few more examples, I could say, I know flying gives you some anxiety, but the plane will be on the ground before you know it. Or perhaps someone's pregnant and you say, congratulations, I bet the baby will be here before you know it. Out of the blue. And that is the next C1 phrase that I want to teach you, out of the blue. You can use this phrase to say that something happens that is completely unexpected. And often you would use this if you're telling a story and then you want to emphasize the thing that was unexpected. Last week, out of the blue, she said that we should move in together. And I didn't know that our relationship was that serious. It just happened out of the blue. So I use this adverb phrase once at the beginning of the statement and then at the end. You can kind of move it around a little bit. And once again, this phrase has a similar meaning to another phrase, which is out of nowhere. Except out of nowhere is a B2 phrase. But when you're building your vocabulary, it's good to get a little variety when you're having a conversation, or in this case, when you're telling a story. And you can use different phrases. For pronunciation, the one thing that I want you to keep in mind is that final T in out. I'm from the United States, so with the American accent, I'm going to pronounce that T as a flap T. It's going to sound like a soft D. And then I will link it with the vowel sound in of. It's going to sound like out of the blue. And because you're emphasizing something that happens, people will say this quickly and they will link those words together. Out of the blue.
Everything was going great until he suddenly reappeared out of the blue with that dum-dum ran his mouth.
The next phrase is at a glance. This means to see something immediately or quickly. And people may use this phrase with the word quick and say at a quick glance. You're just adding a little emphasis to the speed. Or someone might say at first glance. That's another collocation with this phrase, saying that you looked at something quickly, but then you had to look at it closer, or maybe you looked at it again. To show you how it's used in context, I could say, I could tell at a glance that something was wrong. Everyone looked worried. Or I recognized her at a glance. She was the woman from the party. And for pronunciation, once again, that T in at, I'm going to pronounce it with a flap T, and then I will link it with the vowel sound in that article, at a glance, at a glance.
We're going to line the front seat and the back seat and the floorboards with coats and blankets. The cop stops us and starts sticking his big snout in the car. The subterfuge won't last. But at a glance, the car will appear to be normal.
Then there's the phrase to have something against someone. And this just means to dislike someone for a reason. And even though the meaning is pretty simple and straightforward, the usage of this phrase can be a bit challenging because the something is your reason. And let's say you don't like someone because they stole something. I would not say I have stealing against him. That just sounds awkward. Instead, the reason, that something, it's often, well, it's not going to exist or it's going to be unknown. So let's talk about a reason that just doesn't exist. In this case, you're basically saying that you have no reason to dislike someone. And people may use this with the words nothing or anything. So I might say, I have nothing against him, we just don't have anything in common. So I don't have any reason to dislike him. The reason it just doesn't exist, but maybe you don't have anything in common and therefore you're not friends. Or using anything, I don't have anything against her, we just don't get along. So once again, the reason why I dislike this person just doesn't exist, but maybe again with some people you don't end up getting along and you're not friends. If we're talking about a reason that is unknown, well then people may ask a question and use this phrase like, why were you so mean? What do you have against her? So again, it's unknown, the reason, so that's why I'm asking the question. What do you have against her? Or you could just use this in a statement if I'm asking you, like, well, look, I don't know what you have against me, but we really need to find a way to work together. So again, what you have against me is that noun clause, but I'm still talking about a reason that is unknown. I don't know what you have against me, but I know that's just an example. You know, we're friends, we get along, I think we work well together. But if we're talking about the pronunciation of this phrase, I'd like to point out that elision may occur if the someone is him or her. And elision is when you remove a certain sound or even syllable. So in this case, we're talking about that H in him or her. And if it gets removed, well, then we can link that final T in against with the vowel sound. So it'll sound like against him or against her. What do you have against him? What do you have against her? And elision may occur when you're pronouncing this phrase.
You don't care very much for our community, do you, Mr. Walsh?
I have nothing against your community, Mr. Pruitt.
The next C1 phrase that I have for you is to look on the bright side. And this just means to find good things in a bad situation. And you would tell someone to look on the bright side. So think about it in the context of trying to cheer someone up. And there's a bad situation and you tell them, look on the bright side. And then you would follow it with a reason. And that's really important. So you're telling them to cheer up, try and stay positive, and then you got to give them a reason why. If you just say, look on the bright side and don't say anything else, then it's going to seem a little strange. So let's say you tear your new shirt and you're really upset about it, and I'm trying to cheer you up. And I say, hey, look on the bright side. Now you get to go shopping for some new clothes and you get to find a new shirt and you can look on the bright side. When you're pronouncing this phrase, just keep in mind that once again, linking will occur. We can link that final k consonant sound in look with the vowel sound in on. Look on. And remember the article the, we're going to pronounce it with a schwa sound because it comes before that consonant b sound in bright. Look on the bright side. Look on the bright side.
This is a deal breaker.
Look on the bright side.
What's the bright side? Only 9 more months to Comic-Con.
Oh, yeah?
To take issue with. So this just means to strongly disagree with someone or something. And you could just use this instead of saying, I disagree. I take issue with that. And it just gives it a little bit of emphasis. I take issue with teachers who use corporal punishment. Or we took issue with the changes they made to the contract. Or you're not going to hit the like button? I take issue with that, okay? I disagree with that. And of course, I'm just kidding. You can do whatever you want. But when you are pronouncing this phrase, keep in mind that we can link the final consonant sound in take with the beginning vowel sound in issue. Take issue. And you can start to see a theme here that linking commonly occurs in many of these phrases.
Daddies!
Oh, we already are.
Cool your tongue, Airman, because I intend to take issue with your performance.
Then we have to keep a low profile, and this means to avoid attracting attention to yourself. And I think that we can all relate to this phrase. Right now, can you think of a time when you were trying to keep a low profile? Perhaps you go to some social event, maybe a party, and you really don't feel like talking to many people, so you try to keep a low profile. Or perhaps at work, maybe you showed up late or you forgot to submit something. You don't want to attract attention to yourself, so you try to keep a low profile. And for pronunciation, yes, more linking. We can link that consonant sound in keep with that schwa sound in the article keep a low profile.
Advice for me on my new position?
Keep a low profile.
If I had a gold dragon, for every time I heard that joke, I'd be richer than you are.
Then we have the phrase in accordance with. And this means in a way that agrees with or follows. And typically you're talking about agreeing with or following a rule or a law. And because of the meaning that you're following a rule or a law, I think it's likely that you may hear this phrase being used in a more formal situation. So I could say, the Justice Department acted in accordance with the new law. Or to be honest, I could get banned from YouTube if I am not in accordance with YouTube's terms of service. So in both of those examples, it's a little more formal because I'm talking about following a rule or a law. Now, when you pronounce this phrase, of course, we can link those first two words. We can link that consonant N in with the vowel sound in accordance. In accordance. And keep in mind that final syllable in accordance, even though it's spelled D-A-N-C-E, you're not going to say dance. It's going to have that schwa sound. It's going to sound like dunce. In accordance with.
In accordance with FAA rules, the first 2 people to the front will be upgraded to first class.
Okay, you two.
The next couple of phrases are more related to driving, and the first one is back road. So a back road refers to a small road that does not have a lot of traffic on it. So maybe you're just trying to avoid traffic or avoid those busy streets and you take some back roads. And one thing I want to point out is that I think you'll often use this with the plural, roads. Because when you're driving, if you're trying to avoid traffic, you're probably not just going to stay on one road. You may take several different ones, and that's why people often talk about back roads. I know some back roads that we can take in order to avoid rush hour traffic. And the pronunciation of this phrase is pretty simple and straightforward. You just say those 2 words as they are, back roads.
I'm glad we took the back roads. Highways are probably a mess right now.
Then there's bear left or bear right. This means to change direction slightly so that you're going in a particular direction. In this case, left or right. And I think these phrases are very useful, especially if you're giving directions and you want to be specific, because some roads, especially some of those back roads, they may not always have a full left turn or right turn. And I would say, hey, up ahead, you're going to want to bear left. And then after that, the road's going to intersect with another one. And when that happens, you should bear right. All right, I'm just trying to be a little more specific. And I also want you to keep in mind that the word bear, this is a homonym. Do not think about the animal. This is a verb to bear. and it means to change direction slightly. And again, we're just going to provide that extra bit of information to bear left or bear right. And for pronunciation, the only thing I want to say about, well, just one of the phrases, bear right, you have that overlapping R sound, that final R in bear and the beginning R in right, just allows you to move from one word right into the next. Bear right. Or maybe we'll bear left.
Ozzy? Yes? Bear left. What? Bear left. Right frog. What? Never mind. That's cute.
Now, I know some of these phrases may be challenging, but I want you to look on the bright side. As you continue to build your vocabulary bit by bit, well, then you will continue to develop your overall English fluency. You just need to keep reviewing these phrases from time to time, and before you know it, they'll become a part of your active memory and you'll be able to use them easily and naturally. And I hope you agree with me and you don't take issue with what I just said. I would love it if you write to me down in the comments, unless you're trying to keep a low profile. In that case, I understand. And sometimes it can be difficult to differentiate between two words, but that's why I'm here. I want to teach you some of the slight nuances to help you be more precise and easily differentiate between different words and phrases. So let's begin with a verb that I have mentioned twice already, differentiate. This means to show or find the difference between two things that are compared. So it may be difficult to differentiate between American and British English, software and hardware, facts and opinions. And you're often going to follow this verb with the preposition between to differentiate between two things.
Transporter cannot differentiate between Dr. McCoy and the torpedo.
Michael, I cannot differentiate between the hostages and the gods.
A program that could differentiate between foreign and domestic.
When pronouncing this verb, there are 5 syllables and the stress is on that third syllable. Differentiate. Differentiate. Keep in mind that the T-I-A-T-E at the end of the word has a shiate sound. So this is when the spelling and pronunciation don't really match. Differentiate. And if you are someone who would like to be able to differentiate between words and phrases that are similar, then let me help you develop your vocabulary. The next verb is broaden. This means to increase the range of something. And there are some great collocations with this verb. These are words that are frequently used together. So you can broaden your horizons. This is an idiom that means you're increasing the range of things you know about or your experiences. You can also broaden your mind. In this case, you're increasing the knowledge that you have about something. You can broaden the scope of something, and if we were talking about politicians, they may need to broaden their support. Let me show you some news headlines so you can see how this verb is used in context. Local historian urges town to broaden horizons when it comes to school names. Does travel broaden the mind? Not according to new research. US and China agree to broaden talks in bid to ease tensions. When pronouncing this verb, there are 2 syllables. The stress is on that first syllable, broaden. Now, one thing I want you to be aware of is that you may hear people pronounce this with a glottal stop. So listen to the difference between broaden and broaden. The sounds coming from the throat down here. Broaden, broaden. It's something that you may hear, and hopefully it's easy for you to differentiate between the 2 pronunciations of this verb, but generally you can just stick with broaden, to broaden your horizons. And if you would like to broaden your horizons when it comes to pronunciation, then I think it's very important that you practice. And the next one that I have for you is grasp. It has 2 different meanings. The first one is to quickly take something in your hand or hands and hold it firmly. So this is a very descriptive verb. He grasped my hand, or she grasped my arm, or the child slipped from my grasp. There are some other phrases that have a similar meaning. You can grasp an opportunity, you're taking it eagerly, and there's an idiom, grasp at straws. It means that you're trying to find a way to succeed, but whatever you choose, it's probably not going to help you. So think about the situation. You are holding tightly or grasping something weak like a straw, and because of that, it's not likely to save you.
I tried going back to work. Like you. Honestly, I'm just grasping at straws, and Cooper was one of those straws.
Mr. President, it doesn't matter where we debrief this man. The fact is, we're grasping at straws here.
The other meaning of this verb is to understand something, especially something difficult. I could tell you the child was able to grasp the main idea of the story. Or if I am able to explain these verbs well, then you will be able to easily grasp the meaning of these verbs and know how to use them correctly. When pronouncing this verb, I think it's pretty simple and straightforward. Grasp. But just say it with me. Grasp. Excellent. Then we have the verb diminish. This means to reduce or be reduced in size or importance. So you can diminish something. As we get older, our muscle strength tends to diminish. At least that's what's happening to me. But you could also diminish someone. And this has a little bit more of a negative connotation. I could say his careless mistakes diminished him in the eyes of management. So in this case, the mistakes reduced his importance.
It just makes things seem small. It diminishes them.
You must prepare for life and whatever it will throw at you. The opportunities will diminish.
I am shocked, sir. I
like
never...
hell you are. You want to diminish me.
Diminish you?
Laying the groundwork for a challenge in 2016?
For pronunciation, the verb has 3 syllables, and the stress is on that second syllable. Diminish. Diminish. To diminish something or to diminish someone. Fall flat. This is an idiom, but we're going to use it as a verb, to fall flat. This is said when a joke, suggestion, or idea does not have the intended effect. Now, most of the time, you're going to use this when talking about jokes. So right now, I'm going to tell you a couple of jokes, and you can let me know in the comments if they fall flat. If I am what I eat, then I'm fast, cheap, and easy. It's a little ridiculous. Here's another one. You know what they say, never go to bed angry. Stay up and fight. So I suppose one or both of those jokes fell flat. It did not have the intended effect of laughter, but you can let me know. For pronunciation, I don't think it's that difficult. Fall flat. The only thing I want to point out is that there is alliteration, and alliteration is the repetition of the initial consonant sound in 2 words that are next to each other or close to each other. Fall flat. I hope that my jokes did not fall flat.
For your attempts at mockery fall flat.
Let's call it a joke that fell flat and leave it at that.
Robert and Sarah's textures fell flat.
A huge performance tomorrow where a man's joke is going to fall flat.
Next is the verb contradict. And it also has 2 meanings. It really depends if we're talking about people or statements. But if we're talking about people, it just means that someone is saying something that is the opposite of what someone else said. And people can contradict each other. This happens all the time. Her testimony contradicted the policeman's story. You could also contradict yourself, and often you may follow this verb with that reflexive pronoun. If I were to say, I can tell you everything that you need to know, but I don't know anything about that. I just contradicted myself in saying the opposite. When using this verb to talk about a statement or a fact, it just means that some statement or fact is so different than another statement or fact that one of them must be wrong. I could say new evidence contradicts the established theories on this subject. They're so different that, one of them must be wrong. Just keep in mind that when someone or something contradicts someone or something else, it's not really telling us which one is right or correct. It's just saying that they're either opposites or different. To give you a little more context with this verb, here are some more news headlines. Video evidence appears to contradict Lauren Boebert's denial that she was vaping at Beetlejuice show. OPEC figures contradict Iran's oil production claims. Opinion: Liberal climate policies are fine on their own, but contradict each other when together. When pronouncing this verb, it has 3 syllables and the stress is on that 3rd syllable. Contradict. I will try not to contradict myself. Then I have another idiom for you, which we'll use as a verb, and that is to set foot in some place. This means to go to a place or to enter a place. And you're really going to use this idiom when you want to add emphasis and there's some emotion involved. I could say, I'm afraid to set foot in my hometown because it's no longer peaceful and quiet, and I'm just afraid to go to this place. Or, I'm so angry at my brother, I refuse to set foot in his home. And I refuse to enter his home. So hopefully you can sense that emotion.
I haven't set foot in a bar in years.
If you set foot in this store ever again, I will bring hell down on you.
Unless Cersei grants us an audience and is somehow convinced not to murder us the moment we set foot in the capital.
When pronouncing this idiom, it's pretty easy to say the individual words, but I want you to say it as a phrase. So I want you to think about that final T in foot. I'm from the United States, so I am going to pronounce this as a flap T. It's going to sound like a soft D. This is very common with the American accent when the T comes between 2 vowel sounds. And then we can link that final consonant sound, that flap T, with the beginning vowel sound in. And it's going to sound like foot in. To set foot in. Just listen for it. I refuse to set foot in there. Then we have the verb allocate. And this means to distribute something for a particular purpose. And there are some great collocations with this verb. You can allocate resources, or allocate money, or allocate funds, or even allocate blame. I could say the city allocated money for disaster relief. Or the company's profits were allocated to its shareholders. And in these sentences, I want to point out that this verb may often be followed with the preposition for or to allocate for something or to allocate to someone.
For every $100 we allocate to research, we spend nearly $30,000 on care.
In response to your repeated inquiries, it has allocated the enclosed funds for your library project.
For pronunciation, the verb has 3 syllables. The stress is on the first syllable, and that second syllable has that unstressed schwa sound. Allocate. Allocate. Then we have the verb collaborate. I like this verb. It's a great one when talking about work because it means to work with someone else for a special purpose. And often you may follow this verb with the prepositions with, on, to, or in. I collaborated with my friend. Collaborate with someone. We collaborated on a project. Collaborate on something. We collaborated to create new guidelines for the company. Collaborate to do something. We collaborated in implementing the guidelines company-wide. Collaborate in doing something. For pronunciation, the verb has 4 syllables and the stress is on that second syllable. The first and third syllable have that unstressed schwa sound, that sound. Collaborate. Collaborate. I'm sure that at work, we have all collaborated with someone.
Do you want to collaborate on something?
I collaborated with my designer. It was a match made in heaven.
The aliens are thinking as we are, to collaborate in producing explosion.
Next is the verb generalize. This means to make a statement that something is true in all cases based on what is true in some cases. I think we can all relate to this verb because people often generalize when talking about groups. So I'm generalizing when I say salespeople often lie to make more money. Or dogs are more affectionate than cats. Or politicians are assholes. Okay, I'm generalizing and I'm joking, but perhaps that joke didn't fall flat. Let's look at some more news headlines to see how this verb is used in context. Let's not generalize about the kids these days. Don't generalize the LGBTQ community. Smart brands won't generalize when it comes to Gen Z. For pronunciation, there are 4 syllables. The stress is on that first syllable. Generalize. Generalize. One thing I'll say is that you may hear people say the word without that schwa sound, and that schwa sound will elide, and it's going to sound more like it has 3 syllables. Generalize. Generalize. Keep that in mind. Then I have another phrase for you, which is also an idiom, and that is lose your head. This means to lose control and not act calmly because you're upset, you're angry. And often you're going to use this idiom when talking about troubling situations. I could say, it's a stressful situation and now's not the time to lose our heads. Or when my car broke down, I lost my head and didn't know what to do. Now, this idiom may sound similar to another idiom, lose your mind, but that has a slightly different meaning. If you lose your mind, you become mentally ill, you become crazy. So I want you to be able to differentiate between those 2 idioms. Lose your head, lose your mind. But let's just stick with lose your head. When pronouncing this idiom, once again, I would like you to say it as a phrase. And when you say it, assimilation may occur. This is when 2 sounds blend together to create a new sound. So the final consonant sound in lose may blend with the beginning consonant sound in your, and you get this slight zh sound. It's like we're going to put it right between the words, and that allows us to connect them together. It's not something you have to force. If you say these words, one right after the other, it's just going to occur naturally. Lose your head. Hopefully you can hear that slight zh sound. Just listen for it.
Do be careful, my dear children. Don't lose your heads.
Okay, why did you fall in love with her?
Well, you lose your head sometimes.
And then we have the verb facilitate. This means to make something possible or easier. And there are some great collocations with this verb. You can facilitate growth, or facilitate learning, or facilitate access, or even facilitate communication. I create these lessons to facilitate learning. And your engagement, when you like and comment on these videos, well, that is going to facilitate the channel's growth. So please do that. For pronunciation, the verb has 4 syllables. The stress is on that second syllable, facilitate. And just keep in mind that the C has more of an S, that S sound, facilitate. I hope that you help facilitate the channel's growth. Now for a little review. I hope that I was able to broaden your horizons and teach you some new verbs. And I truly believe that if you are able to allocate more time to building your vocabulary, learn new words, review old ones, that's going to help you more easily grasp the meaning of different words and phrases, and it will help you facilitate clear communication. Because let's be honest, as we get older, our brains, our memory, it starts to diminish. And the next thing you know, you won't be able to differentiate between the mafia and government. But I'll tell you, one of them is organized. That was supposed to be a joke. I don't know, perhaps it fell flat. So I need to get going. I'm going to wrap things up. Please don't lose your head. You are welcome to watch another video lesson and continue building your vocabulary. I have a cutting-edge vocabulary lesson for you to help you improve your English. Let's just begin with a word that I have already mentioned, cutting edge. And this just means very modern with all the newest features. And there are some common collocations with this adjective, really words you would think of when you hear very modern, like cutting edge technology, or a cutting edge design, or cutting edge research.
I was a young scientist working with a world-class team. Cutting edge research.
To attract the top heads, we'll need to make a recruitment film. Picture that showcases our cutting-edge technology.
When pronouncing this word, the stress is going to be on that first syllable, and that T, I am going to pronounce this as a flap T, which is very common when talking about the American accent, because that T comes between 2 vowel sounds. So I'll say it as a flap T, which is going to sound more like a soft D. Cutting. cutting edge. And that DG combination in edge has that J sound. Cutting edge. And if you are someone who appreciates cutting edge vocabulary lessons, please subscribe, turn on notifications. That way I can become your teacher. My name is Wes. The channel is Interactive English. It's all about trying to help you reach your fluency goals. And throughout the lesson, I'm going to talk to you about the pronunciation of each adjective because I tried to choose words that were a little trickier to pronounce, like this next word, affluent. This means having a lot of money or owning a lot of things. And you could use this word to describe a person, but often I think you would use it to describe a group of people. Perhaps you're talking about an affluent neighborhood, or an affluent country, or an affluent family. And in order to demonstrate how this adjective is used in context, I have some news headlines for you. Savvy Travel to open new branch in affluent area. Addressing poverty in an affluent society. How can luxury travel companies attract affluent travelers on digital channels? When pronouncing this word, the stress is going to be on that first syllable, affluent. Now, that is the way you're going to find it in most English dictionaries. However, you may hear some people stress that second syllable, and in that case, that first syllable is then going to have that schwa sound, that sound, affluent. You may hear both of these, but I think more commonly people are going to stress that first syllable, affluent. Then there's the word competent. It means that you are able to do something well. And I imagine that you are a competent speaker of English. I like to think that I am a competent teacher. Now, with this adjective, you may also follow it with the preposition at. You are competent at something or competent at doing something. If I were to say, he is competent at his job. For pronunciation, the stress is on that first syllable, and the final syllable has that schwa sound, that sound. Competent. Say it with me. Competent. Competent. Excellent. And the next one that I have for you is day-to-day. So day-to-day means happening every day as a regular part of your life or job. And I think we all have day-to-day responsibilities. If I were to talk about my own day-to-day responsibilities, I take my little girl to school, I teach classes, I try my best to respond to as many comments as possible. So how about you? What are some of your day-to-day responsibilities? Write to me in the comments and I'll try to respond to you. When it comes to pronouncing this adjective, the only thing that I want to point out is the weak to. When unstressed, it's going to sound more like t with that schwa sound. The other thing that I would say is that T with the American accent. I told you I'm from the US. When it comes between two vowels, I'm going to pronounce it as a flat T. So it's going to sound more like a soft D. Day-to-day. The stress is on the words day. Day-to-day. Day-to-day. Just listen for it.
How does the schedule of an orthopedic surgeon compare to that of a fetal surgeon?
Well, it varies day to day.
Day-to-day administrative responsibilities are to reside with the deputy ops if they don't already.
Actually need written authorization from the Pentagon to be able to discuss the program with anybody who does not have day-to-day clearance.
Then we have an adjective that I think we all try to avoid, and that is monotonous. So if something is monotonous, it means not changing, and therefore it's pretty boring. And I think often you would use this word to talk about tasks that you have to do routinely, either at work or around the home. I could say typing numbers into a spreadsheet can be monotonous, or sweeping around the home may be monotonous. At least I think it is. When pronouncing this word, it can be a little challenging. It's a longer word, monotonous. The stress is on that second syllable, and the T, it's going to be a glottal T. This happens when you have the T followed by a vowel sound followed by the N sound. Words like mountain, kitten, monotonous. And really, it's just a glottal stop, and it's almost like you're just swallowing the sound. That's the best way I can describe that glottal stop. Monotonous. Say it with me. Monotonous. Monotonous. Excellent. Then there's the word alleged. This refers to something bad or illegal and is believed to be true, but not proved. And there are some common adjective-noun collocations with this word, perhaps talking about an alleged crime. And you can really talk about an alleged any criminal activity. You fill in the blank. Alleged thief, alleged drug dealer. He has been arrested for the alleged crime. So the stress is going to be on that second syllable. But you may hear some people add an extra syllable because of the ED, and they're going to say alleged, and then it becomes 3 syllables. And I think that may be more common in the US, but let's hear both. So you can hear the 2 syllables, alleged.
He is hereby absolved of all his alleged crimes.
Alleged, but not proven.
Since blackmailing's a felony, even when you do it to alleged drug dealers.
I'm an alleged killer.
And now you can hear the 3 syllables, alleged.
See if you can identify this alleged killer.
I've represented mobsters like this for years. Alleged mobsters.
Either one is okay. I just wanted you to be aware of this. The next adjective is fruitful. And this means producing good results. So it really has a positive connotation. Often I think this word describes an outcome that involves some sort of interaction. So I could say, my boss and I had a fruitful talk about my contract. Or there was a fruitful discussion at the meeting. Or how would you describe the negotiation? Fruitful. Okay, it's a positive word, positive connotation. It's good to learn these words. The pronunciation is pretty simple and straightforward. The stress is on that first syllable, and that T in fruit, it's a stop T. Fruitful, fruitful. Then we have the word conservative, and this means not usually liking or trusting change, especially sudden change. And really, this word is often associated with politics, so it can be emotionally charged. But I could say that people who are older tend to be more conservative. I recently tried to talk to my parents about cryptocurrency, and they really were not interested. They don't really trust it. So I could say in that case, they're definitely more conservative. Now that is a non-political example, but most of the time you'll hear this word relating to someone's politics, their conservative outlook, referring to the way they view social or economic changes. When pronouncing this word, the stress is on that second syllable, and the T, I'm going to pronounce it as a flat T. Conservative. Conservative. Now, because we're talking about the word conservative, let's go to the other end of the spectrum and talk about the word liberal, which is also a C1 adjective. This means respecting and allowing many different types of beliefs or behavior. And I'll use the same example. I'll just replace the word older with younger. People who are younger tend to be more liberal. When pronouncing this word, the stress is on the first syllable, and you may say it with 3 syllables, liberal. However, because of elision, which is when sounds get removed, that schwa sound in the middle may elide. And now we're left with just 2 syllables, liberal. And I think often you will hear people pronounce this word with just 2 syllables, and they'll say liberal.
My mom says you're just going through a liberal phase. What? My mom says you're going through a conservative phase. There's no such thing. Conservatives only get more conservative.
Then we have the word idealistic. This means believing that very good things can be achieved, often when other people just do not think that it's likely. So this is a great adjective to describe a person. And once again, let me give you some context with some news headlines. What urban planners can learn from this idealistic coffee shop. Utopia isn't just idealistic fantasy, it inspires people to change the world. This is an opinion. Are young social activists too idealistic? And do some have an overly idealistic view of internationalism? For pronunciation, there are 5 syllables. The stress is on the second to last syllable, idealistic. Now, to give you a syllable stress rule, when a word ends with IC, the stress is going to come on the second to last syllable, electronic. strategic, idealistic. Next is the adjective preliminary. This means coming before a more important action or event, especially introducing or preparing for it. So think about a courtroom. You have a hearing, which is a meeting that is related to the legal problem. And I could say, there's going to be a preliminary hearing. You could use this with other nouns as well. Here are some examples.
The preliminary hearing's set for next Friday.
We'll have to do some preliminary evaluations.
Preliminary investigation suggests that this was suicide.
Michael, my preliminary calculations indicate that 15 minutes are needed to break that code.
When you pronounce this word, the stress is on the second syllable, preliminary. But it's a longer word, so it can be a bit challenging. Let's break it down and say it together. Preliminary. 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 Excellent. And then we have the word genuine. This refers to people or emotions that are honest and sincere. So this is another great adjective to talk about a person. Perhaps you make a mistake. You apologize. I accept your apology because you are a genuine person. And I like to think that I am a genuine person as well. But you don't always have to use this word to talk about people. Perhaps someone makes a genuine apology. And then the last thing I would say is that people may often use this with the negative, not, to talk about something that is not honest or not sincere. His apology was not genuine. When pronouncing this word, it has 3 syllables. The stress is on that first syllable. And just keep in mind that the I-N-E at the end of the word is pronounced in. Genuine. Genuine. So let's get a little review. I hope that you did not think the lesson was monotonous. And I hope you go on to watch another video lesson, because it really doesn't matter whether you are in the preliminary stages of building your vocabulary or if you are highly competent when it comes to using different words and phrases. It's good to learn new words, and it's good to review old ones. And I'm really being genuine when I say this, because building your vocabulary should be a part of your day-to-day routine, especially if you want to continue developing your English fluency. So if you enjoyed this cutting-edge vocabulary lesson and you found it fruitful and you learned something new, I'd really appreciate it if you hit that like button. I think it's only appropriate, after learning that C1 vocabulary, that we take it up a notch and make it a little more difficult, and I want to teach you some C2 vocabulary. And this is even more advanced and would really signify that you are highly proficient and have near native fluency. And once again, I've put them into different categories to make it a little easier to follow along. Now, I don't make many guarantees, but I'm going to make one right now. Because this vocabulary is more advanced, I guarantee that you will learn something new. So let's find out. I am going to teach you some advanced phrases that I think are common, and I'm going to tell you the meaning, talk a little bit about how these phrases are used, and I'm also going to teach you how to correctly pronounce these phrases, because if you're going to use them, you want to make sure that you are saying them correctly. And if you enjoy building your vocabulary, please subscribe, turn on notifications. That way I can become your teacher. My name is Wes. The channel is Interactive English. It's all about trying to help you reach your fluency goals. So let's begin with our first phrase, which is clear the air. So to clear the air means to remove the bad feelings between people. And you might use this if you have a couple of friends who are unhappy with each other, or maybe some family members, and there are just some bad feelings, and then someone else, the person who wants to get those feelings removed, that's the person who's going to use this phrase. So if I have a couple of friends that have been arguing, and there are some bad feelings, and I am the one who wants them to make up, then I might tell them, you know, it's time to clear the air. We really need to clear the air, and we need to just remove these bad feelings. Now, as far as pronunciation goes, the one word that I want to focus on is the article the. And you notice how I just pronounced it then. I said it with the schwa sound, which is an sound, and it's definitely weaker, the. And typically people might say the before a consonant sound. The cat, the dog. If the article comes before a vowel sound, then people may say the elephant, the air. Now, I will say that people in the United States, which is where I'm from, may not follow this rule, and they often use the before either a consonant or a vowel. However, in a phrase like this, which is fixed, and you hear these words together, in this case, you are going to say the. Clear the air.
Make me join the army, okay? I'll cut off a toe!
What?
Okay. We are just gonna clear the air.
And then we have trial and error. And this is a way of solving a problem by trying a number of different methods and then learning from the mistakes that you make. And I think often this phrase is used when talking about science, because perhaps somebody is doing an experiment and you could say it's just a matter of trial and error before we get the result that we want. I also want to tell you that people may use this phrase with the word process, and somebody could say it's a process of trial and error. These words are frequently used together, a process of trial and error. And I could say that, well, learning new vocabulary, it's also a process of trial and error, because you're learning these phrases, you're going to try to use them in context. You may make mistakes, but that's okay. You'll learn from those mistakes, and then you keep practicing until these phrases are a part of your speaking vocabulary. For pronunciation, what I would tell you is that with and, I'm going to reduce it so it just sounds like n, trial and error. And then error it's a little challenging on its own. The word has 2 syllables, has those 2 R sounds. Just remember that the stress is on the first syllable. Error. Error. Trial and error.
And I can tell you, relationships are just trial and error.
Something else that's a little bit of trial and error is pronunciation. And that's why I've been talking to you about how to correctly pronounce these phrases. And the next phrase that I have for you is to be at odds over or to be at odds with. You can follow it with either of those prepositions. This just means to disagree or be different from something. So I could say, my siblings and I are at odds over the family estate. We just disagree. Or I'm at odds with his version of the story. Okay, my version is different. So as far as pronouncing this phrase, I want you to look at that word at. Okay, typically it would end with a stop T, but in American English, because I'm from the United States, that T comes between 2 vowel sounds, so I am going to pronounce it as a flap T, which is going to sound a little more like a soft D. And then I'm going to take that soft D and link it with the vowel sound in odds, at odds. So you should hear that flap T, and then it's getting linked with the vowel sound in odds. I'm at odds with his version of the story.
Some people say your immigration policy is at odds with your jobs program. How would you respond to that?
Then there's beyond a doubt, or beyond a shadow of a doubt. And in this case, you are just expressing certainty that something is true. I could say, I think it's beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Earth's climate is changing. In law, you may hear someone say, beyond a reasonable doubt. And this just means that the argument presented shows that someone is guilty, and it just must be accepted as fact. So a person might say, we have shown that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. In order to correctly pronounce this phrase, keep in mind that the article is just going to be pronounced as the schwa sound. It's just going to sound like and then we can do some linking and link some consonants with that schwa sound. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. So 2 things, beyond a, of a, beyond a shadow of a doubt. So hopefully you can hear that linking occurring. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
I can say, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Clark Kent loves Lois Lane.
The next phrase is one that I use quite often, and that is play it by ear. I really like this one. It means that you are deciding how to handle a situation as it develops instead of acting on some, well, previous plan that you had. So I think I would often use this when traveling, that I like to have an idea of what I'm going to do, but I also want to be able to change those plans as the day develops. So I could say, yeah, let's just play it by ear. I know we're going to try to do these things, but, we can make some changes. If necessary, we'll just play it by ear. And when it comes to pronouncing this phrase, there's also some linking going on. The final consonant sound in play can get linked with the vowel sound in it. Play it. Play it. Let's play it by ear.
So when are you getting back from Florida?
I don't know. Play it by ear. Why?
Go with the flow. This means to do what other people are doing or just agree with other people simply because it's the easiest thing to do. So you may hear somebody tell you, hey, you should just relax and go with the flow. Or I could talk about myself and say, I'm just going to go with the flow. I really don't have a strong opinion about things. I just want to do what's easiest, so I'm just going to go with the flow. And when saying this phrase, keep in mind there are some overlapping sounds, those THs. So that final TH in with is going to overlap with the beginning TH in the. The only difference is that in with, that TH is voiceless, and in the TH is voiced. So when you're pronouncing this, those sounds will overlap, and you're really going to say that voiced TH. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. I'm going to go with the flow.
I'm done complaining. I'm evolving. Just gonna go with the flow.
Then we have the phrase to put one's foot down. And this just means to use your authority to stop something from happening. And often I think people would use this phrase in the first person, talking about something that's happening at that moment, in which case they're going to use the continuous tense. I'm putting my foot down. So think about somebody who is more of an authority figure, like parents would say this to their child. If they want to go out to some party and the parent doesn't want them to go, they could say, no, you're not going to that party. I'm putting my foot down. I'm using my authority to stop this from happening. I'm putting my foot down. There are two things that I want you to keep in mind when pronouncing this phrase. The first is that if you're saying it in the continuous tense, the T in putting comes between two vowel sounds. So again, being from the United States, I am going to use a flat T, so it'll sound like a soft D. I'm putting my foot down. The other thing I want to say is that foot down, there's some co-articulation going on, because the position of your tongue when you say foot, all right, that stop T, your tongue is going to be at the top part of your mouth. But then when you move into saying down, your tongue with that D sound is also going to be at the top. So you're not going to touch it twice and say them as two different words. You're really going to say foot and then move right into that D sound in down. Foot down, foot down. And your tongue is really just coming up to the top part of your mouth one time. Foot down. I'm putting my foot down.
Come on, you guys. I'm putting my foot down. Either the dog moves out or I do.
Then there's down the drain, which is, it's not a good phrase because it means that work or money has just been wasted. So if I were to say all that work down the drain, that the work was, well, it wasn't used, it was wasted, maybe it was destroyed, just down the drain. Or the money that I won went right down the drain. Okay, I used it all up, probably carelessly. It's gone now, and it just went right down the drain. The pronunciation of this phrase, it's pretty straightforward. The only thing I would say is that the article is going to be pronounced with that schwa sound, the. It's that weaker sound, down the drain.
I bought you a ticket for the MyPad raffle, Dad.
Oh, that's tooth fairy money down the drain, sweetie. I never win anything.
Next is to come under fire, and this just means to be criticized. And really, someone or something comes under fire. I could say the government has come under fire after the failed response. People are angry, they're upset, they're criticizing the government, so the government has come under fire. Or the CEO has come under fire after the latest scandal. Again, people are angry and they're criticizing, and someone has come under fire. Now, when pronouncing this phrase, again, there's a little bit of linking going on. That final consonant sound in come is going to get linked with the vowel sound in under. Come under fire.
Take a look.
Cam Brady has come under fire getting it on with this woman, Shayna St. Croix, a former professional cheerleader.
The next one, and it's also one of my favorite phrases from this lesson, and that is jump to conclusions. And what this means is that someone is just guessing the facts about a situation without having enough information. And you would say someone is jumping to conclusions. Often I think people may use this with not. In that case, you're telling someone, let's not jump to conclusions. Let's not guess until we get more information. So I could say, let's not jump to conclusions. We need more evidence that is beyond a shadow of a doubt. So in the meantime, let's just not jump to conclusions. For pronunciation, the only thing that I would say is that preposition to, it can either be pronounced to, but sometimes it's pronounced with that schwa sound, and it's going to sound like t. And often I think you will hear people say t when they're using this phrase. Jump to conclusions. Okay, I'll say it slowly again so you can hear that t. Jump to conclusions. And then when I say it quickly, jump to conclusions. So it's a very subtle difference, but I'm still using that schwa, jump to conclusions.
This was stolen from there. We're accessories to a federal crime.
Let's not jump to conclusions. A lot of things start with you.
Then there's out of one's depth. And this means that a person is not having the knowledge, experience, or skills to deal with a particular situation or subject. I think you would often hear somebody saying this phrase to another person, in which case they're saying, look, you're out of your depth. It's too difficult. You don't have the experience or the knowledge. You're out of your depth. A few things when it comes to pronunciation. Out of. So that T, again, it comes between two vowel sounds, so I'll pronounce it as a flat T, and then I will link it with the vowel sound in of. Out of. Out of. And then just keep in mind depth. It ends with that voiceless TH. It's very slight, but you should pronounce that voiceless TH. Depth. Out of your depth. Out of your depth.
I know what I'm doing.
You don't. You're out of your depth, Ruth, and I'm not going to let you drag Jonah down with you, okay?
And then there's to do someone or something justice. And this just means to be accurate or fair by representing someone or something as that person or thing truly is. And let me give you a couple of examples. I think it'll make more sense. So this phrase is often used in the negative and with the pronoun it. Doesn't do it justice. So it's like I'm talking about a situation and then saying that it's just not an accurate representation. Like the book is so much better than the movie. The movie doesn't do it justice. Or the Grand Canyon is breathtaking. Pictures don't do it justice. That pictures are it's just not a fair or accurate representation of the Grand Canyon. You really got to go there. The pictures, they just don't do it justice. So when you say this phrase, if you're using the pronoun it, then there's going to be some intrusion. Intrusion is when you are adding a sound in between two other sounds. So in this case, we're going to add a slight W sound between do and it. Do it. This allows us to link those two vowel sounds together. It doesn't do it justice. It just doesn't do it justice.
Doesn't do you any justice, I'll tell you that.
You always said you like my nose.
I love your nose.
It's real big up there.
So I hope that I have demonstrated, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that these phrases are useful. And I truly think that when you are learning advanced phrases like these, you are not out of your depth. You have the experience, you have the knowledge, you just need to learn them and just get a little practice using them. But I do not want to jump to conclusions. Only you can tell me how much you understand and how much you have learned, and I would appreciate it if you let me know down in those comments. In today's lesson, I want to teach you some advanced C2 verbs. Let's begin with the verb to relish. What this means is to like or enjoy something, and really you're just adding a bit of emphasis. So as I just said, I'm sure you relish learning new vocabulary. You enjoy it, and you know that you're enjoying it. And you can follow this verb with either a gerund or a noun. So to give you a couple of examples, with gerunds, I could say, I relish traveling to exotic locations. Or I relish eating ice cream on a hot summer day. And then, if you're going to follow it with a noun, there are some common collocations, and these are words that are frequently used together. So you may relish the thought, prospect, or idea of doing something, or you may relish the chance or the opportunity to do something, and those are some useful collocations. When it comes to pronouncing the verb, it has 2 syllables. The stress is on that first syllable, relish.
She won't survive.
I don't relish hurting anyone, Stephen. But she's not a child.
Well, Victoria relishes her status as Queen Bee, right?
Pathologically.
Coincide. So this verb has 2 meanings. The first one is to happen at or near the same time. And often you're going to follow the verb with the preposition with. So you would say that something coincides with something else. And you're not really talking about everyday activities like going to the coffee shop coincides with this. You're talking about events that may not occur regularly. So I could say, look, I'm sorry, I can't go to your birthday party because it coincides with a business trip that I have to take. It's happening at the same time. It also means to be the same or similar. So I could say, if our schedules coincide, then we can plan to travel together. We'll take the train if our schedules coincide and they're the same. For pronunciation, the verb has 3 syllables. The stress is on that third syllable, coincide. And just keep in mind the C-O-I-N, it's not pronounced as coin, 2 different syllables, coincide, to coincide with something. And then we have the verb squander. I like this verb even though it has a negative connotation because it means to waste money or supplies or to waste opportunities by not taking advantage of them. So in the United States, which is where I am from, I could say many people feel that the government squanders taxpayer money and they just waste that money. You may also hear people use this in a statement and say, hey, don't squander this opportunity. That is a collocation, to squander an opportunity. For pronunciation, the verb has 2 syllables. The stress is on that first syllable, squander. And keep in mind that S-Q-U-A has that squaw sound, to squander something.
Screw you, Dean. You squandered your gift.
Squandered my gift. Made 68 albums.
Did I want to be made manager? Sure. A great opportunity squandered? Absolutely. A crushing blow? Yes.
And the next C2 verb that I have for you is commemorate. And this means to remember officially and give respect to a great person or event, especially by some public ceremony or by making a statue or a special building. And I thought that I would show you some different news headlines so that you can see how this verb is used in context. Events to commemorate Martin Luther King Jr., or Tulane to host campus celebration to commemorate historic Cotton Bowl win. That's talking about American football. Museum to commemorate 70th anniversary of 1953 floods. Democrats commemorate January 6th attack with tears and silence at U.S. Capitol. So these are just some random news headlines that I found on the day that I created this lesson, and it's just using the verb in context. So hopefully that gives you a better understanding. When pronouncing this verb, it has 4 syllables. The stress is on that second syllable. Commemorate. Commemorate. And just keep in mind that first and third syllable have that schwa sound, that unstressed vowel sound, which sounds like a. Commemorate. Commemorate. And the next verb. That's your hint. What verb is that? And the verb that I'm talking about is gasp.
Gasp.
And it has 2 different meanings, and it's really a difference between talking about, well, one breath or many breaths. So the first meaning is to take a short, quick breath through the mouth because of shock, pain, or surprise. It's just that one breath. Gasp. And people may use this as an interjection and saying something surprising like, and he never returned home and saw his family again. Gasp. Or it's used in storytelling with those dialogue tags to describe speaking. Help me, he gasped. It also means to breathe loudly and with difficulty, really trying to get more air. And in this case, it's several breaths, and often people may end up using it in the continuous tense, gasping. I could say that the wave knocked me over and I was gasping for air. That is a common collocation with this verb, to say that someone is gasping for air. When it comes to pronunciation, I think the most challenging thing about this verb would be saying it in the past tense. Gasp, it's a regular verb, so in the past it's going to end with ed. And because that final p sound is voiceless, the ed is going to take on a t sound. So we have the p sound followed by the t sound, which can be a little difficult. It's going to sound like pt, pt, gasped, gasped. Give it a try. Gasped. Excellent. The next verb is intervene. And this means to intentionally become involved in a situation in order to improve it or just prevent it from getting worse. So if there is an argument or a fight, someone may intervene. I could say that the referee intervened to stop the fight. They just did not want it to get worse. I could also say the Federal Reserve has intervened in financial markets in order to stop inflation, and they're getting involved in the situation to try to improve it. Now, for pronunciation, the verb has 3 syllables. The stress is on that third syllable, intervene. One thing I want to point out when it comes to the American accent, because I'm from the United States, is when the T follows an N sound, especially in unstressed syllables, it may elide and people may drop it. So instead of intervene, you may hear someone say intervene. So just keep that in mind. In the United States, you may hear both pronunciations, one with the T.
Oh, intervene, go ahead, intervene all you want. I'm just afraid you might be interfering while we're intervening.
And one without.
Why would I say something terrible to someone I love?
I curse my thumb! I'm gonna intervene here.
And then there's to label. This refers to a word or phrase that's used to describe the characteristics or qualities of a person, event, or thing, and really in a way that's unfair. So you may label someone as something. That is a common phrase, to label someone as something. In my lifetime, I have been labeled as a troublemaker at school when I was younger. I've also been labeled as a slacker, which is a noun that means someone who does not work very hard. And of course, I would disagree with this, but it happens if we get the wrong impression of someone or something, and we may label them as this thing, which is usually negative. Now, for pronunciation, the word has 2 syllables. The stress is on that first syllable, label. The other thing I'd like to point out is the second syllable, it ends with that dark L, which is that ul sound. And then if we're following it with the word as, I told you that's a common phrase, well then we can link that dark L with the beginning vowel sound in as. Label as, label as.
They imposed struggle and hardship on us, then labelled us as criminals for pushing back. The mortgage officer had messed up Miranda's application. They had inadvertently labeled her as separated.
The next verb is imply, and this is a very useful verb. It means to communicate an idea or feeling without directly saying it. And because you're not directly saying it, people may use this verb when asking a question, and they would ask, what are you implying? So I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to imply something without directly saying it, and I just want you to think about what it is that I'm implying. So if I said, gosh, I really hope that you like this video lesson. And when I say like, I'm talking about enjoy, that you relish learning new vocabulary. And if only there were some way for you to commemorate this lesson so that it gets labeled as a great vocabulary lesson. And now I'm using it in a positive way. It gets labeled as a great lesson. If there was just something that you could do to commemorate this video, and I'm just pointing to that thumbs up because I'm implying that you should hit the like button, and I think that you were probably able to guess that. So when it comes to pronouncing this verb, it has two syllables. The stress is on the second syllable, imply. Now, I don't think the pronunciation is too challenging. What I think is difficult about this verb is that it's sometimes confused with another verb, which is infer. And that's the next C2 verb that I want to talk to you about, to infer something. This means to form an opinion or guess that something is true based on the information that you have. So if you see me and I'm just soaking wet, what might you infer about the weather? I imagine that you would infer that it's raining outside. Or maybe you see me and I'm really happy and I'm smiling, grinning from ear to ear. What might you infer? I really don't know. You can let me know down in the comments. The verb, it has two syllables. And once again, the stress is on the second syllable, infer. And I don't think the pronunciation is too challenging. Just try not to confuse those two verbs, to imply, to infer.
If by me you are inferring that I have BO.
Michael, he wasn't inferring, he was implying. You were inferring.
Was I?
I see. You guys are inferring that I'm stupid.
That's not correct. We were implying it. You then inferred it.
The next verb is to speculate. And I think this is a very useful verb because it's pretty common. People do this all the time, to speculate. It means to guess possible answers to a question when we don't have enough information to be certain. So we do this quite often because, well, I think people just like speculating about different things when trying to explain something that happened, and we don't have all the answers and we may speculate, or we're trying to guess what will happen in the future and we can only speculate. To give you an example, I could say journalists are speculating what the president may say in his upcoming announcement. And I think in general it's not always good to speculate, or at least we should tell people that that is what we're doing, because sometimes people will speculate and then others will just take that as the truth, and it can cause some problems. Now, the verb has three syllables. The stress is on that first syllable, speculate. And I really think this verb is, well, pronounced the way it's spelled. It's pretty straightforward, to speculate. Succumb. So to succumb has two different meanings. And once again, I'll show you some news headlines so that you can see how this verb is used in context. So the first meaning is to lose the determination to oppose something. And really, you're just accepting defeat. Visit these popular tourist traps before they succumb to climate change. This is how Israel's economy could succumb to populism. Samsung is first to succumb to a slowing economy that is crushing semiconductors. The next meaning is to die or suffer badly from an illness or injury. Battling Morocco eventually succumbed to injuries. And in this case, they're talking about their football team. To succumb to injuries sustained after falling from mobile tower. When pronouncing this verb, it has 2 syllables and the stress is on that second syllable, succumb. And just keep in mind there is a silent B at the end of the verb, to succumb. And then there's the verb trudge. To trudge means to walk slowly with a lot of effort, especially over a difficult surface or when carrying something heavy. And often you may follow this verb with a preposition. Trudge up, trudge down, trudge over, trudge through. Maybe you had to trudge up a mountain, or perhaps you had to trudge through the snow. And in both situations, you're walking slowly with a lot of effort. For pronunciation, it's just 1 syllable. That DG has that J sound, similar to the word judge. These are rhyming words, trudge, judge. The other thing I'd point out is that if the verb is followed by a preposition that begins with a vowel sound, then linking may occur. Trudge up, trudge over. All right, something to keep in mind. Let's do a little review. Now, I am not going to speculate as to whether or not you will watch another video lesson. I'm sure that you relish building your vocabulary, and because you're still here right now, then I'm just going to infer that you will watch another video lesson, because I don't think you want to squander this amazing opportunity to continue improving your overall English fluency. And I really don't want you to succumb to any feelings of inadequacy when it comes to your language abilities. I want you to stay positive, I want you to stay motivated, and I want you to continue learning new things. All right, that's a little review using these verbs in context. I think you will be in awe of the nouns that I'm going to teach you, and I'm sure that you will learn something new. And awe, this is the first word that I want to teach you. That's right, this is a noun, awe. And it's referring to a feeling of great respect, sometimes mixed with fear or surprise. And often you're going to use this word in the phrase in awe of someone or in awe of something. So I could say the children were in awe of their grandfather. Okay, they had that feeling of respect. Or we watched in awe as the lion attacked the buffalo. So again, it's like you have respect for Mother Nature, but it's also mixed with a bit of fear and surprise. When pronouncing this word, it's just that vowel sound, awe, like you would have in the word saw. And when talking about the phrase in awe of, we can link that final consonant sound in, that N sound, with the vowel sound awe, in awe. In awe of someone or in awe of something. And as we go through the lesson, I want to talk to you a little bit about the pronunciation, because I tried to choose words that are a bit challenging, like this next one, bureaucracy. So this is talking about complicated rules or processes used by an organization, especially when they do not seem necessary. And this noun, it really does have a negative connotation. And frequently you may use this when talking about larger companies, governments, or institutions. And you may even emphasize it with a phrase like a lot of. There is a lot of government bureaucracy. Or the company is so slow to change because there's too much bureaucracy.
With all the bureaucracy in a hospital, sometimes you have to bend the rules to help a patient.
No, I didn't do it for Leslie. I did it because I hate bureaucracy.
I'm giving you both the IPA and phonetic spelling so you can actually see how the word is pronounced. In bureaucracy, it has 4 syllables, and the stress is on that second syllable. Bureaucracy, bureaucracy. Frenzy. This is talking about uncontrolled and excited behavior or emotion that may sometimes be a little violent. So I could say Black Friday is a shopping frenzy. It's busy, it's a bit aggressive. Or you may hear this noun being used in the collocation, feeding frenzy, which refers to a group attacking a prey. But you really could use feeding frenzy when referring to a situation in which people are trying to get as much of something as they possibly can.
Your brother is creating his own media feeding frenzy, and all of it is negative.
Store in the village had one of those crazy sales. It was a footwear feeding frenzy.
You could use this noun in the phrase to whip someone into a frenzy. And what this means is like you're causing someone to feel this way, this uncontrolled emotion.
As the crowd that had gathered to hear Herbert Love speak was whipped into a frenzy.
As far as pronouncing this word, it's pretty simple and straightforward. It just has 2 syllables. The stress is on that first syllable, frenzy. But for the most part, I really wanted to share with you those phrases that you can use this noun with. And the next one that I have for you is cliché. This is a saying or remark that is often used, and therefore it's not interesting and it's not original. So I could tell you something like, well, look, you know what they say, opposites attract. That phrase, opposites attract, it's pretty common, well known, it's not original, and maybe you tell me, come on, Wes, that's so cliche. And if you were to tell somebody, look, oh, it's so cliche, it kind of has a bit of a negative connotation, because basically you're saying that, well, you're just not impressed with what someone's saying to you. It's just not interesting. Or maybe I start out by saying something like, hey, I know it's cliche, but time heals all wounds. All right, so I'm basically admitting that the saying that I'm using, it's cliche. So there are many different sayings in English that you could say are cliche.
I really just want him to be happy. And I know that sounds cliche, and I know saying it sounds cliche sounds cliche. Maybe I'm being cliche, I don't care.
I know that you're just looking at this word and thinking, wait a second, there are no accent marks in English. Well, this is a word that English has borrowed from French, and that's why, again, the spelling and the pronunciation don't really match. Cliché, it has 2 syllables. The stress is on that second syllable, and that CHE with the accent mark sounds like shay, cliché. The next word is paradigm. So this noun is talking about, well, a model of something, or just a very clear and typical example of something. And I thought, well, a good way to give you an example is just to show you some different news headlines so you can see how this word is used in context. A paradigm shift, EU-Russia relations after the war in Ukraine. Are we witnessing the emergence of a new paradigm? And this article goes on to talk about the mental health system. But what I really want to point out are the words that are being used with this noun. These are collocations, talking about a paradigm shift or a new paradigm. When pronouncing this word, it has 3 syllables. The stress is on that first syllable, but it's that third syllable that can be a little tricky, because once again, this is when the spelling and pronunciation just do not match. So the third syllable has a silent G, and the vowel sound, it's a long I sound, not a short vowel sound. Paradigm. Paradigm.
But our society has undergone a paradigm shift. In the information age, Sheldon, you and I are the alpha males.
Let's just keep the momentum going with our next word, which is momentum. So this is talking about the force that moves an object or an event developing or making progress. So if we're talking about the force that moves an object, think of, well, physics. As the car goes downhill, it gains momentum. If we're talking about an event developing or making progress, well, then you could think of a competition. The home team lost momentum when their star player got injured. And once again, I want to point out those collocations, those words that are used with this noun, to gain momentum or to lose momentum. The word has 3 syllables. The stress is on that second syllable, momentum. Now, one thing I'll say, and this is really about the American accent. Sometimes when the T follows an N sound, it may elide and it gets removed. And this happens with words like internet or center. So if you're in the United States, you may hear somebody drop that T and it's going to sound like momentum.
So I figured we start out local just to get our momentum going.
Now, again, this is specific to the US, and I'm only telling you this because that's where I'm from. But in general, you can't go wrong pronouncing that T momentum.
Why are you taking so long between fireworks?
I'm building momentum, man.
Then we have morale, which is a great noun to know. It's talking about the amount of confidence felt by a person or group of people, especially when in a difficult or dangerous situation. And once again, there are a lot of great collocations with this noun. So you could use them with certain adjectives like high morale or low morale or employee morale. Or you could use them with some different verbs as well. To raise morale, to boost morale, to bring up morale. I really hope that these video lessons boost your morale and just make you want to continue learning.
I think I should, don't you? Absolutely, so. Show force, boost morale.
Trying to keep morale high. Just trying to raise morale.
The pronunciation can be a little tricky. Just know that the stress is on that second syllable, morale. And don't be fooled by that E at the end. It's not a long vowel sound, but a short vowel sound, morale. Then there's withdrawal. And this just means, well, taking money out of the bank. And there is a common verb-noun collocation to make a withdrawal. I need to make a withdrawal. Can I make a withdrawal? And really, I chose this word because of the difficulty with the pronunciation, because I've had many learners tell me that they really have trouble pronouncing this word. It has 3 syllables. The stress is on that second syllable, that draw, but it's that third syllable that I think people have trouble with, that dark L. So you're going to stress that second syllable and move right into that dark L, which has that ul sound. Withdrawal, drawal, withdrawal. Just keep practicing, give it a try, say it a few times, and I think you'll start to feel a little more comfortable saying it. The next noun is deterrent, and this is something that stops people doing something because they're afraid of what may happen. And you may use this noun in the phrase and say that something acts as a deterrent to something else. Like the teacher's strict punishments act as a deterrent to cheating. And there are also some useful adjective-noun collocations saying that, well, something is a strong deterrent, or talking about a nuclear deterrent, or an effective deterrent. This word has 3 syllables. The stress is on that second syllable, deterrent. Now, one thing I want to quickly point out, and this also has to do with the American accent, and that is the flap T. A flap T is going to sound like a soft D, and Americans, we love the flap T. Often this occurs when the T comes between 2 vowels, like water. Now, the T in deterrent, it also comes between 2 vowels, but we are not going to say this with a flap T, and this is because the T comes at the beginning of a stressed syllable. So when the T comes at the beginning of a stressed syllable, then you're going to say it as a true T and not a flap T. And that is why you would pronounce this and say deterrent. Just thought you should know.
How will the Umbrella Academy ever become an effective crime deterrent?
Because I'm your nuclear deterrent. It's working. We're safe.
Ambiguity. I like this noun. It's talking about something that may have more than one meaning and can therefore cause some confusion. And you may also use this word as an adjective. It's quite common, ambiguous. But we're talking about nouns, so let's use it as a noun. And I could say, there is ambiguity in the new law. In this case, I'm saying that the law, may have different meanings. Or perhaps I tell you, hey, be specific so there's no ambiguity. All right, I want things to be very specific and clear so there's no ambiguity.
All right, time for Fast and the Furious 1 through 7. This is a 14-hour meditation on the importance of family, fast cars, product placement, racial ambiguity, and family.
The word has 5 syllables, and if you want to learn something about syllable stress, when the word ends in ity, the stress is going to be on the third to last syllable, that U, ambiguity. Ambiguity. The next noun is this one right here, diarrhea. And this is an illness in which your waste is not solid but liquid, and I really don't think I need to go into great detail explaining the meaning of this noun. I think there is no ambiguity with what I'm trying to tell you. I think this is a word you have probably heard of before. You probably know it already. But the reason why I'm including it in this lesson is really because of the spelling. And even in the UK, there's a different spelling, and I think a lot of native English speakers probably could not spell this word. It is one that you're probably going to use more in spoken English, but I think it's important because it has to do with your health. If you go to see the doctor, this is a word that you may read if you're in the doctor's office, or perhaps you may even need to write it down if you're trying to write some of your symptoms. So it's important to keep in mind the spelling and try to remember how this word is spelled. For pronunciation, the word has 4 syllables. The stress is on that 3rd syllable, diarrhea. But really, I just wanted to highlight the spelling of this word. And then there's whereabouts. This is just talking about the place where someone or something is. And often you would use this talking about someone's whereabouts. The police don't know the criminal's whereabouts. Or perhaps I could say, we're unsure of her exact whereabouts. That is a collocation with this noun. You may hear people use this in a question like, whereabouts in the US are you from? This is a question that I sometimes get, and I tell people, well, I grew up in the South, but there are quite a few different places all over the country where I have lived. And this is also a C2 word. And I use the word also because when you're using it in a question like this, it's not a noun, it's an adverb. But we're talking about nouns, and in this case, you're often going to be talking about someone's whereabouts.
We need his whereabouts.
And her whereabouts are unknown.
The pronunciation, it's pretty straightforward. There are 3 syllables. The stress is on that 1st syllable, whereabouts. Let's try and do a little bit of review. I hope that I was able to avoid any ambiguity when explaining the meaning of these different nouns. And, now that you probably feel good about building your vocabulary, I hope that you can use that positive momentum to go ahead and watch another video lesson, because I try to make these lessons easy to follow and understand, because I think that's what's really going to help boost your morale. And even if you find a word confusing and you don't completely understand it, please don't let that be a deterrent when it comes to building your vocabulary and just trying to learn new words. And you can let me know your whereabouts down in the comments. I was just trying to use some of these nouns, get a little review, and use them in context. Learn some advanced C2 adjectives to help you build your vocabulary. And I will be very clear with my explanation, and I will not be ambiguous. And that's the first word that I want to teach you in today's lesson, ambiguous. It means having or expressing more than one possible meaning, and often this is done intentionally. So let's have a look at this image right here. Is it a rabbit or is it a duck? What do you see? A rabbit or a duck? I could say that this image is ambiguous, all right? It has more than one possible answer. And mostly you're going to use this adjective to refer to something that someone says, or perhaps the way that something is worded, like a contract. I could say the contract is ambiguous and open to interpretation, that it may have more than one possible meaning. It's ambiguous.
I'm looking over my text correspondence with Beverly, and I don't see anything that would have given her offense. Nothing's ambiguous. I spell everything out.
Then we have complimentary. So this word has a couple of different meanings. The first one is praising or showing admiration for someone. I could say that, well, sometimes you are very complimentary about some of my vocabulary lessons, and I really appreciate that. Now, the C2 meaning, the more advanced meaning for this word, it refers to, well, tickets, books, or any item that may be given for free, especially by a business. So in this case, I want you to think of a hotel or a flight. So if I go to my hotel room, I might say, oh, I was given a complimentary bottle of water. All right, it was already in the hotel room, it's free. Or on an airplane, when you fly, you may be offered complimentary snacks. Now, when it comes to pronunciation, very quickly, I just want to let you know, because I'm from the United States, sometimes people will drop that T because it follows the N sound, and it's going to sound like complimentary. Okay, so complimentary or complimentary if you're in the U.S.
Hi, what's the damage here?
Nothing.
For these?
Free.
These are complimentary.
Complimentary, free, whatever you want.
Handy is the next adjective that I want to teach you. If you say that something is handy, it just means that it is useful or convenient. Mostly, I think people are going to use this adjective to talk about items in which they can, use for a variety of reasons, or just items that are really helpful in a difficult situation. You could say, wow, this is just really handy. My wife thinks that her Apple Watch is pretty handy because she can use it for a variety of things. And you can also use this adjective in the idiom to come in handy. And if you say that something comes in handy, that just means that it's useful.
Oh, that's the latest liquid crystal TV.
Very handy.
Indispensable. Now, you will use this adjective when you want to say that something or someone is so useful, so good, so important that you cannot manage without it, or without him or her if we're talking about a person. And most of the time, you're going to use this as a predicate adjective, and it's going to follow the verb to be. She is an indispensable part of the team. The office should not get rid of the coffee machine. It's indispensable. And legitimate is the next adjective that I want to teach you. And this has two different meanings, both of them C2. The first meaning is allowed by law. So when I was younger, I had a fake ID and it looked legitimate, okay? Like it was lawful. And I used this ID when I was in university to buy beer. You know, I was younger. The US, you have to be 21, which I think is a little old, but that's neither here nor there. But the ID looked legitimate. The next meaning is reasonable or acceptable. So I could say her argument was legitimate, so we refunded her money. That the argument was reasonable and we gave her a refund. It was legitimate. And with the pronunciation of this word, that first T, because I am from the United States, I will pronounce it as a flap T, which is going to sound like a soft D. Legitimate. Legitimate.
You assert that Mr. Rhodes harassed you. How do you know he didn't have a legitimate reason to be in your office?
Then there's questionable, which means not certain or wrong in some way. And questionable, it has that able suffix, which means you're capable of something. In this case, it's like you're capable of asking questions. Is this right or wrong? Is it good or bad? And really, yes, it implies that something is just, it's just wrong. So my wife would say that my sense of fashion is questionable. And to be honest, she's right. It is questionable. But you could also say that, well, something may be ethically questionable. Is it the right thing to do? Or you could even refer to the way food tastes and say, wow, this food, it tastes questionable. I don't know if it's still good. And yeah, if food tastes questionable, then you probably should not eat it.
There's a solid chance I may have insulted the owner.
That doesn't sound like something you'd do.
She has very questionable taste.
Next is grim, and I probably shouldn't be smiling when I say this adjective because it means worrying and without hope. So it's not a good thing if you say something is grim. And typically you're talking about the way something looks, appears, or seems. So I could say, wow, the weather today looks grim. I don't think we should go outside. Or, you know, to be honest, the future of American politics right now, it looks grim. People are very divided. There's a lot of misinformation out there. And yeah, I think a lot of people would agree that it looks grim.
Son of a bee sting! She's turning the entire office against us!
This is grim. Real grim. What are we going to do?
The next adjective is coherent. This also has two different meanings, both of them C2. And the first meaning is referring to an argument, plan, or idea that is clear, and each part connects to each other in a reasonable way. So really, you're just saying that something is very easy to understand. I could tell you that the lawyer made a coherent argument. The next meaning refers to someone who you understand what they're saying. And in this case, I think most of the time people will use this in the negative to say that you don't understand someone. I could tell you he's not coherent at the moment. Or I could just use the antonym and say incoherent. But just keep that in mind when talking about a person. I think often you will use this in the negative to say that someone is not coherent or incoherent.
You don't hear that loud, high-pitched, incessant humming coming from the vents that is making it impossible for me to think straight, let alone string together one coherent sentence?
Dubious. And I like this adjective mostly because I just like saying dubious. All right, that sounds dubious. And it means that something is just not completely true or just should not be completely trusted. And I think we can all relate to this one. Think about email scams. And I would get an email with this subject heading, "Congratulations, you've been selected." And it just looks dubious. And these are actually legitimate emails that I have received just this past week. And I did not open them. I did not click on anything because they're dubious.
It didn't compress the whole thing. It should be twice that size.
I mean, 24 gigs, that's less than a fourth the file size. That seems dubious, Richard.
Then there's compulsive, and this means that you are doing something a lot and you're unable to stop it. And this is often used as an attributive adjective, which means it's going to come before the noun. I could say that my neighbor is a compulsive gambler, or my colleague is a compulsive liar. And because of the meaning that you're doing something excessively and you just can't stop, it really often refers to things that are not good, like compulsive gambler or compulsive liar.
Read it. Personality overview. Mr. Stark displays compulsive behavior. In my own defense, that was last week.
Then we have pushy, and this is another adjective that I just like to say, pushy. But it's also not a good thing because it means that someone is behaving in an unpleasant way by trying too much to get something or to make someone do something. So it's not good if somebody is being really pushy. And I want you to think of a salesperson. They want to sell you something, and sometimes they can be very aggressive, and you could say that maybe they're being really pushy. I could also say that, well, my wife likes to try new restaurants around town, and even if I think that the place is questionable, she really wants to go, and sometimes she can be a little pushy. And even though this adjective is not a good one, you can use it among friends or family because I think often we really want someone to do something. And yeah, I think we can all be a bit pushy from time to time.
Before you go in, you fill out comment card.
Okay.
Don't forget the back.
You people are so pushy.
What, Israeli people are pushy?
Then there's carefree, which means having no problem and not worried about anything. And I think you would often use this to describe a person's personality. And I could say he is young, carefree, and just wants to travel the world. And I think we can all relate to this word thinking about a different time or period in our lives where maybe we didn't have much worry. And I could say, well, remember those carefree days back in high school? You know, we didn't have jobs, so we didn't have a lot to worry about at that time. Those were some carefree days.
See, before, when I was just another employee, I was happy, carefree. The guy who hung out in the break room making fun of the boss.
Then we have conceited, which means you are too proud of yourself and your actions and abilities. And I think that, well, we can all think of someone who we might describe as a little conceited. And that's what I want you to do right now. I want you to think of someone and make an association with this word. And I am thinking about an old colleague of mine from a long time ago who was a great teacher, but typically you don't go around just telling everyone this, and they would sound conceited. And because this is pretty common that someone is acting too proud, there are several other synonyms. You could say arrogant, proud, superior. But this is a great way to build and expand your vocabulary by learning a word like this, conceited.
Friends wouldn't mind because they look up to us.
So conceited, Glenn. You're so conceited. You're like full of yourself. Why are you like that?
I'm not saying that to be conceited.
Then we have the word rigid, which means stiff or fixed, not able to be bent or moved. And I will try to give you an example of each. So think about, well, a metal. You could say that it's rigid. You're not able to bend it. If we're talking about fixed, I think people might be referring to, well, something like a set of rules. The teacher's rules were so rigid throughout the year that they were just fixed and very strict in that case. If we want to say stiff, then I think you're probably describing a person and that they're very stiff, perhaps because they're scared or afraid. We were all so scared of the new boss, we were rigid in our chairs, all right? And you're just very stiff.
Do you have any idea how rigid you can be?
I have to be rigid to hold things together in the face of Armageddon.
Then we have the adjective feeble, which means weak or without energy, strength, or power. And you could use this to describe a person, especially as someone becomes much older. I could say that, well, in the future, like far away in the future, I hope, I will become a feeble and helpless old man. All right, that's probably what will happen in the distant future. Or perhaps you're describing an institution or government that just does not have much power. I could say it didn't take long to discover that the new government was feeble and corrupt.
The first year, by sheer dumb luck, Jake eked out a feeble victory.
And last year, I let the captain win because he's old and sad.
So I hope that I was coherent throughout this lesson and that my explanation was clear and that nothing was ambiguous. But I will say that these words are legitimate and you will hear them from time to time. So I think they're very useful when it comes to building your vocabulary. But at the same time, I don't want to be pushy. I don't want to tell you like, oh, you have to learn these words. It's all about just getting that exposure, learning a little bit at a time. And I just hope that you learn something new in today's lesson. And if you're doing great. We've covered a lot so far. And right now I want to switch gears and focus on idioms, which are more casual, but we still use them often in everyday conversation. And I've talked about some idioms already, but I'd really want to do a deep dive and teach you some useful idioms that I definitely think you should know. And when it comes to using idioms, it can be a little tricky figuring out how to use them and in what context. And you really just need to practice, and it's going to help your overall speaking fluency. But also, I think it is very useful for your listening comprehension because you are definitely going to hear these idioms in movies, TV shows, or if you're just out on the street. So let's have some fun and learn a lot of useful idioms. I want to talk to you about some common idioms and expressions that you can use in everyday conversation, and this will really help improve your comprehension and overall English fluency. So the first idiom that I want to talk to you about is to turn over a new leaf, and this just means to start fresh, to start new. You really want to change your attitude or your circumstances. So for example, maybe somebody might lose their job and they say, okay, I need to turn over a new leaf. I need to start fresh and I need to change these circumstances. I need to start looking for another job, start anew, start fresh.
Maybe a road trip is exactly what I need right now. I'm turning over a new leaf.
Starting tomorrow, I am turning over a new leaf. Time with you is my #1 priority.
I'm turning over a new leaf and my good luck starts now.
The next idiom is the autumn years. And, well, autumn is another word for fall. And if somebody's referring to the autumn years, they're talking about the later point in someone's life. They would refer to it as the autumn years when somebody gets older. And yes, this is not your autumn years. That's our little girl, Emmy. She's just a little baby. But when you're talking about later on in somebody's life, you may hear them refer to it and say the autumn years.
You're getting a little philosophical for me.
I suppose so. They say it happens in the autumn years.
I may teach, I may write a book. Whatever the hell one does when one approaches the autumn of one's years.
Then we have the idiom to drive someone nuts. And this is relevant. I think of fall. I often think of nuts. You can find them on the ground. And nuts is also an informal word, kind of slang that means the same as crazy. So if you drive someone nuts, it just means that you are making them crazy. Perhaps a person could be driving you nuts, or maybe a situation is just driving you nuts. It's making you crazy.
Hey, I'm not gonna mince words, Mitchell. It is driving me nuts.
You better thank your lucky stars I'm not in this competition, because I would eat you for breakfast.
You're driving me nuts.
Babe, your mother drives you nuts.
Then we have one of my favorite idioms, because I like using it from time to time, especially when I feel sick, and that idiom is under the weather. And you say that somebody maybe feels a little bit under the weather, and what it means is that person is kind of starting to feel a little sick. So it's not like they're really sick. It's just maybe they're a little sick or they're starting to feel sick. You'd say, yeah, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather right now.
Yeah, heard you were under the weather.
Oh, I didn't think I was gonna get to see you until tomorrow. Yeah, well, Bernadette's a little under the weather.
Anubis, you sound unwell.
Well, I have been feeling a little under the weather, but I'm feeling much better now.
Next is neck of the woods. And if you hear somebody talking about, like, oh, for example, what are you doing in my neck of the woods? They're talking about a particular area or maybe even a particular neighborhood. So that's what it means, neck of the woods. And oftentimes, yeah, people might ask a question like I just did, and they say, hey, you see somebody in your neighborhood and you say, hey, what are you doing in my neck of the woods? Or perhaps in the office that you work at, somebody in another department comes and visits you in your department, and you'd say, hey, yeah, what are you doing in my neck of the woods? What are you doing in this particular area?
That's what brings you to my neck of the woods.
A few errands. I'm going to be in your neck of the woods soon, and it would be very nice to see you.
Well, if you ever get down in my neck of the woods, you got a place to stay.
Another idiom with woods is not out of the woods, because when I think of the fall, I often think of the woods. And if you say that you are not out of the woods, it just means that you are not out of danger. So out of the woods is talking about out of danger, and I think most of the time you hear it with the word not. Somebody is trying to say that they are not safe. They are still in a dangerous area. They are not out of the woods just yet. I think you might hear this in like TV shows and movies. If somebody is being chased by another person or a group of people and they haven't lost that group, they're still being chased, they say, we're not out of the woods just yet. We need to keep running.
Mike's gonna be okay.
Can we see him?
Not out of the woods yet. I guess one of you could go in for just a minute.
The heartbeat's stronger, but we're not out of the woods. Need to get things going now. The cord is wrapped around the neck.
The next idiom is shaking like a leaf. And if somebody is shaking like a leaf, it's a way to describe somebody who is trembling. This person is shaking, they're trembling, mostly because of fear. You can say, oh, they're shaking like a leaf. The same way that in autumn, leaves, they tremble, they shake, and then they fall to the ground. And again, if somebody is trembling, then you could say they are shaking like a leaf.
Come sit in your chair, dearie. You're shaking like a leaf.
He's gonna be on muscle. Muscle? He's shaking like a leaf. How's he gonna do anything?
He wanted to talk about his father's symptoms. He Skyped. And there he was. He was shaking like a leaf.
Then we have to get wind of something. And if you get wind of something, it just means that you hear some rumor about something. It could be a rumor about something or a rumor about someone. And you get wind of this information. You learn about it, you hear about it. You could say, yeah, I got wind of that. I heard about that rumor, or I heard that piece of information. To get wind of something.
I thought the publicity would really help Zip Couch. Oh, God. Once the press gets wind of this,
Bolivians get wind of this. You know what they're going to say? They're going to say, you wear pissy pants.
If the pervert community gets wind of morning jogging, God help us.
Then we have the apple of someone's eye. And if you're talking about the apple of someone's eye, it just refers to a person who is loved the most by someone else. So for example, yes, I could say that Emmy right here, you are the apple of my eye. That yes, she is loved the most by me. She is the apple of my eye, as well as Joanna. They are the apples of my eye. So if you describe someone as the apple of your eye, it just means that they are loved the most by you. What are you doing?
He wants a kiss. Oh, look who it is.
is my husband, the apple of my eye.
Hello. Oh, apple of my eye, love of my life.
I mean, his household was a joyous place. And his wife, Dolly, well, she was the apple of his eye.
Then we have the idiom cold turkey, and you just got to include this because turkey, Thanksgiving, it is a very, very popular word around fall. So if somebody, you might talk about quitting cold turkey. And what that means, cold turkey, is that somebody stops a bad habit immediately and maybe suddenly as well, and you would quit something cold turkey. Often I think of smokers. Somebody is a smoker, they've been smoking for years, and then they just suddenly quit. They would say, I quit cold turkey. So any kind of bad habit that somebody might have, whether it's smoking or drinking, and then they suddenly stop, you could say that they quit cold turkey.
No, it's not your fault. No, it's partly my fault. Because I made you quit cold turkey.
You're right, Lisa. Love isn't about fixing someone. I'm just gonna give her up cold turkey.
You need to prove to Tara that you can be trusted.
Cold turkey, Jax. No booze, no weed. I'm serious.
The world can't just quit on oil and nuclear power or cold turkey. You'll dismantle our entire economy overnight.
So there you have it. Those are some great idioms that you can use in everyday conversation. They are all related to the fall, but you can use them in a variety of different situations and contexts. If you are someone who loves sports, then you are definitely going to love this idiom lesson. I'm going to teach you some idioms that are related to sports. That doesn't mean that you can only use these idioms when talking about sports. They can be used in a variety of different situations. I'll give you some example sentences as well as show you some videos so you can see how these idioms are used in context. So let's begin. The first idiom is a tennis idiom, and it is the ball is in your court. And what this means is that it is up to you. It is your responsibility to do something or to make a decision. The ball is in your court. So example, when you're playing tennis, you hit the ball to somebody else and then the ball is in their court. It's up to them to act. So this can be used in a variety of contexts. It could be used in business, in a negotiation. For example, maybe you make an offer to buy something and then you'd say, well, okay, here's my offer. The ball is in your court. It is your responsibility to make a decision now or tell me what you want to do. And we often use this idiom as just a standalone statement, and you would tell somebody, the ball is in your court now. It's up to you. The ball's in your court.
Call me back, if you want. Ball's in your court.
I said no, which me right back in the driver's seat. So the ball is in his court?
The next idiom is to get off the hook. And if we're talking about hooks, you can probably guess that this is a fishing idiom. When you're fishing, you use a hook to catch the fish. So if the fish gets off the hook, then they are able to escape danger. They're able to escape punishment. And that's exactly what this idiom means. You are escaping responsibility for something, that you are no longer responsible for this action that happened that was bad or wrong. You are no longer going to get punished for this thing. You are able to get off the hook.
I don't have a choice. I guess I'm kind of hoping you'll come back over the rail and get me off the hook here.
So for example, when I think of this idiom, because I'm a teacher, I think of students that when they don't do their homework and maybe there's a punishment and they're trying to think of an excuse, I might tell them and say, you're not going to get off the hook that easy.
You are not getting off the hook that easy, mister.
And that is a common sentence in which you might hear this idiom being used. That you would tell someone you're not going to get off the hook that easy, that you need to be held responsible for something that happens. You're not going to have it completely removed. You're going to have to suffer the consequences a little bit. You're not going to get off the hook that easy. Then we have a baseball idiom, go to bat for someone. To go to bat for someone means just to defend somebody. So in baseball, when you go to bat for another player, that you're basically helping that person out. They don't have to bat because you're going to do it for them. You're going to help that person. You are going to defend them.
Just go to bat for them.
I'm tired of going to bat for you and your show.
I want to thank you for going to bat for me last week.
Next is a hunting idiom, and this idiom is used quite often, and it is to give it your best shot. And often people would just say it as a sentence and just say, give it your best shot. And this means that you should just try your hardest, do your best. So when you're hunting, even though I'm not a hunter, you are shooting something and you want to give it your best shot. You tell people this all the time, whether they're doing sports or business. You would tell them and encourage them and say, give it your best shot.
Well, go ahead and give it your best shot.
Come on then, Nigel. Give it your best shot.
Okay, O'Connor, give it your best shot.
So for example, I would tell you guys this. If you're thinking that learning English is too difficult, I don't know if I could do it, I would encourage you and say, give it your best shot. Just try your best. That's all that we're asking you do. Give it your best shot. Next is an idiom that comes from horse racing, and that is the home stretch. And if you're talking about the home stretch, you're talking about the end. So when talking about horse racing, at the end of the race, you might hear somebody say, the horses are coming down the home stretch. They're getting close to the end. And you can use this when you are getting close to the end of something, specifically when you're about to complete something or finish something. So with this lesson, I'm just about halfway through it. I'm not quite in the home stretch just yet.
We're almost done. Home stretch.
This is the home stretch. All we gotta do is focus.
Ain't tough. You're in the home stretch.
Next is a golf idiom, and that is not up to par. So in golf, you have a score that you try to get for each hole, and if you match that score, then that would be par. So that's the average score. That's what you want to do. If somebody's not up to par, then that just means that they're not good enough to do a job or a position, and you just don't have the skills or abilities to do something. And somebody might say, it's this work, it's not up to par.
So if I'm not up to par performance-wise...
Jim, this isn't exactly a turn-on.
There's a thing called Proposition 48. It says that if your grades aren't up to par, you can take the SAT. If you score 700 or more, you can get into college.
I hope these video lessons are definitely up to par for you guys. I hope so. Next is a boxing idiom, to throw in the towel. And in boxing, if somebody throws in the towel, then that just means they give up. The match is over. And that's exactly what it means, to give up something. So if you're tired of doing something, you don't want to do it anymore, you'd say, I'm just going to throw in the towel. I'm done. I give up. Or you might hear it being used that somebody's, they're trying to encourage you and tell you not to give up. And they'd say, don't throw in the towel. Don't throw in the towel just yet. Keep going. Keep working hard.
They're throwing in the towel. He says once the debts are paid, there won't be too much left.
Round after round, I kept getting Frankie to patch me up. He's talking about throwing in the towel, but he ain't my manager. He can't throw in nothing.
Maybe it's time to throw in the towel.
If you guys are thinking, I'm done learning English, it's too difficult, I don't want to do it, I would tell you, don't give up. Don't throw in the towel just yet. And I'm not going to let you off the hook that easy. I'm always going to encourage you and tell you to keep going and give it your best shot. And I'm just going to keep using these idioms over and over so that you'll remember them. Let's just keep going. We're coming down the home stretch, which means we're getting close to the end, but don't leave just yet. I have some more great idioms for you. And this next one is a football idiom. It's an American football idiom. And I'm sure some of you might be rolling your eyes like, oh, American football. Nobody watches that. But this idiom is a good one, and it is blindsided. And if somebody is blindsided, it just means that they did not see something coming. They did not expect this thing to happen. You were blindsided by something. So for example, somebody might tell you some news that is shocking, like, oh, they're getting a divorce. You're like, oh my goodness, I was just blindsided by this.
It's like you were as blindsided by this as I was.
I can't believe she blindsided me like this, being so nice and friendly to my face.
So when you're blindsided, it's not really a good thing. It's something that you weren't expecting, and you would be blindsided by something. So we often use it with the preposition by. I was blindsided by this thing that was not good, and I was surprised. I was blindsided. Then we have a basketball idiom, slam dunk. This is probably a phrase that you've heard before, especially if you're a basketball fan. In basketball, a slam dunk is when you take the ball and you slam it and hang on to the rim. Yeah, I can't slam dunk the basketball. I can't jump. So if something is a slam dunk, then it just means it's a sure thing. It's easy to do. It's easy to accomplish. You know that you're going to do this thing and you say, well, you know, it's a slam dunk. So you're watching this video right now and I'm thinking like, I wonder if they're going to hit that like button. But I know, you know, it's a slam dunk. It's a sure thing. You're going to hit that like button, right? Unless you think this lesson's not up to par.
It's a slam dunk. I hope it's a real slam dunk.
To me, this decision is a slam dunk.
The next idiom is call the shots. This is a billiards idiom because when you're playing billiards, you often have to call your shots and point to the pocket where you want to shoot the ball. So if somebody calls the shots, it just means they are making the decisions. You might often hear this idiom in business because there's a hierarchy of people from the boss, the manager, and then you, and your boss would call the shots. They would be making the decisions.
I call the shots. I do what I want to do.
So you're calling the shots now?
I'm just gonna see nothing but the bench this year.
You ain't calling the shots, you'll play.
So I'm a bit curious if you knew some of these idioms already. I hope that you weren't completely blindsided by these idioms, and I hope that you can go on to use them and try to use them and give it your best shot. Right now, we're going to walk right out that door, and I'm going to find some super useful and common idioms to help you improve your fluency. Let's go. Today I am out and about, I'm outside, and I'm gonna try to find some different idioms to help you improve your overall fluency. So let's just go, let's get out of here. Second, I should probably take you with me and the camera. Here we go. So here we have some bushes. And the next idiom that I want to teach you is to beat around the bush. And what it means if somebody is beating around the bush, it just means that, let me have a seat real quick. It means that somebody is not speaking directly, or they're speaking indirectly. So instead of saying what's on their mind, instead of just saying it straightforward, they beat around the bush and they kind of maybe give you clues. And sometimes the reason you do this and you don't say things directly is because you're trying not to upset someone. And I think this is very common in certain environments like work or home. If you're talking to a colleague and you don't want to upset them and you have some news that you need to tell them, you might beat around the bush. Or at home, something happens and it's bad news and you don't want to tell your mother, father, husband, wife, you might beat around the bush instead of just coming right out and saying it directly. So I think this is something that, well, I think a lot of us do it. Some of us, I think, are very direct and we don't beat around the bush. But I think a common way this idiom is used is somebody is speaking indirectly and the other person would say, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me what you have to say. Stop beating around the bush.
Please, I will never beat around the bush like that.
Come in. Have a seat. I'm not going to beat around the bush here.
Will, you don't have to beat around the bush. I know exactly what you're getting at.
Another great idiom is to bark up the wrong tree. And what this means is that you're trying to tell someone that they're making a mistake, that whatever they're saying or doing is wrong. And it's almost like you know what the right answer is or what this person should be doing. And they're making a mistake and you could tell them, look, you're barking up the wrong tree. This is a mistake. You shouldn't be barking up this tree. You should be barking up that tree over there.
I've got my beady eye on you. You're barking up the wrong tree.
And there's heaven. But who's that? Confucius. Boy, have I been barking up the wrong tree.
So you can see right behind me, here is the river. And a river, well, a river will flow. So the next idiom that I have for you is to go with the flow. And what this means, if you say, well, I'm gonna go with the flow, it means that you are going to accept a situation and kind of relax. You're not gonna try to change things. You're just you're just gonna go with the flow. So I think this is a great idiom that can be used if somebody might be asking, well, what are you going to do? You're going to enter a situation, and what's your reaction going to be? And say, well, I'm just gonna go with the flow. I'm not gonna try to control things. I'm going to relax. I'm gonna see what everybody else is doing, and I'm just going to accept what is going on. I'm gonna go with the flow. When I'm traveling, especially with a group of people, and everybody, maybe they wanna do different things, I like to just go with the flow.
But you know what? We're not gonna rush this time. We're just gonna go with the flow.
So you're on board now?
Yeah, I just go with the flow.
A good fighter needs to know how to improvise, to go with the flow.
Oh, I don't care. You know me, I just go with the flow.
All right, so let me show you. This right here is a bud. All right, and that's gonna help you understand the next idiom, which is to nip something in the bud. So if you think of like, like a flower, like we're looking at right now, before a flower blossoms, it's in the bud, and then the bud will blossom. So to nip something in the bud is to stop something at an early stage, and you're stopping it before it becomes established. And most of the time you're going to use it and say, okay, you know the situation, you know what you need to stop, and you might say, we need to nip this in the bud. We need to stop it. We need to stop something at this early stage before it develops, before it grows, before it becomes a thing, something that's established, and then you cannot stop it anymore, and you want to nip it in the bud.
I never should have let her do this Maxim thing in the first place.
Going to nip this thing in the bud is going to make a public apology tomorrow on Hardball.
Yeah, I gotta nip this in the bud. This has catastrophe written all over it.
And you can expect the same thing from everyone in this office if you don't nip this whole employee of the month situation in the bud.
So the next one that I have for you, it's actually an expression, and that is to knock on wood. And if somebody says this, it means that they are just hoping for good luck to happen. And you could say it to somebody else and just say, you know, knock on wood. And actually, I don't know if this is real wood, but you will hear this quite often if you want to, well, wish someone luck or hope that they have good luck for a performance or a test or basically anything, and you just say, you know, knock on wood. Or maybe you want to give hope to yourself for something you're getting ready to do. Say, I wish for the best. I hope I do well. Knock on wood.
Actually, this would be my first foray into the trial process. I haven't had to go to court yet. Knock on wood.
Let him see he's not the only one who builds solid houses, you know? I think he'll be pretty impressed, knock on wood.
So all along right here, these are rocks. Actually, they're kind of like, they're more like pebbles, but it really has to do with the next idiom that I want to teach you, and that is if you say that someone is living under a rock. And if somebody says this, if you hear it, it means that if somebody has been living under a rock, it means that this person is ignorant to something that is well known, that there is some event, something is happening that you think everybody should know about. And if somebody says, well, I don't know about this thing, then you could ask, like, whoa, what's wrong with you? Have you been living under a rock? So if you hear this expression, it means that, yeah, they're referring to somebody who is ignorant to some news, some information that is very well known that you think everybody should know about, to be living under a rock.
They all work together. God, have you been living under a rock? No, David Guetta. Have I been living under a rock? Yeah. That song is my jam.
I am the Beastmaster. From the movie Beastmaster. What rock have you been living under?
What's this? What, have you been living under a rock? This is the new meme. Cat-breaded Taylor Swift reporting.
So we're outside having a little bit of a picnic right now, and you can see that this right here is grass. There's quite a bit of it, and it's actually not an idiom, it's a phrase that I want to teach you, and that is grassroots, because I think this is a very useful phrase to know, and especially it's something you may hear if you're listening to the news. And what it means is it's talking about the the basic level of some activity or organization or even some cause. And I think that's how people use it quite often if you're talking about some grassroots campaign, and it's happening at the most basic level, people getting informed, people becoming motivated to create some change. And you could say that their campaign, it's grassroots. It's happening at that basic level. So I wanted to teach you that phrase because, well, we're outside and there's plenty of grass.
The Tea Party presents itself as a grassroots movement, which means it should be fiercely resistant to central control.
I understand that grassroots activism actually runs in your family.
So I opted for a more grassroots approach to get the word out.
So I'm not going to beat around the bush. Those are all the idioms I have for you this lesson, and I hope you learned some new ones. If you did, please hit that like button. We are now going to play in these fountains right here. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I will see you next time.
Do you love idioms? Today we're talking about love idioms. Today we'll talk to you about 10 love idioms, and these are idioms that don't necessarily have the word love in them, but they are used to describe love and relationships. So the first love idiom is to fancy someone, and this is mostly used in British English, and it means to like someone and their company. So it's not just to like someone, but to enjoy spending time with them. So if you enjoy spending time with someone and you really like them, you would say that you fancy them, you fancy that person. The couple is on their first date. It seems like they fancy each other. Number 2 is to fall for someone. And to fall for someone means to develop romantic feelings for someone over a period of time. It could be a short period of time or it could be a long period of time. But that's how you say that you fall for someone. I fell for Wes when we first started working together. So number 3 is head over heels in love with someone. So this one can be either head over heels in love or just head over heels, and it just means completely and deeply in love with someone. When somebody's head over heels in love with someone else, they cannot think of any other person. This is the only person on their mind. It's all that you think about. You're very, 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 very into this person. So you would say that you're head over heels. He fell head over heels in love with her, and they got married within a month. Number 4 is lovey-dovey. Have you heard this one before? Lovey-dovey? I hear it quite a bit, and it's kind of a way that people act. It really describes how people act and how people are. So you can say that two people act very lovey-dovey with each other. That means that they're very affectionate and they really show their affection towards each other, but very strongly, very much. And sometimes it's more viewed as a negative thing, like, oh, they're so lovey-dovey. It can be almost a little too much, but it's an act. It's how you act towards each other. They're so cute together and they're so lovey-dovey. Number 5, to be smitten. It means to be strongly attracted to someone. It's almost like you're smacked by love and now you're super in love with this person or very, very attracted to them. He is smitten with her smile. Number 6, to get hitched. This is used quite a bit, and it means to get married. To get hitched, to get married. Wes and I got hitched in New York at the courthouse. Number 7, to tie the knot. This is another one that's just a synonym for to get hitched, so it also means to get married. To tie the knot. My parents tied the knot in a beautiful church. Number 8, to go through a bit of a rough patch. Now this can be used as to go through a bit of a rough patch or to just go through a rough patch. What it means is when a couple is having trouble, a period of problems in their lives, you know, something goes bad and then they're constantly fighting or arguing, or they just have some issues, we're saying that they're going through a rough patch or a bit of a rough patch. This usually means when you say that the period is finite and that things are going to get better. They're going through a bit of a rough patch right now, but they'll be okay. Number 9, double date. Double date means an activity that two couples do together. So it can really mean any kind of activity, but many times it just means like a date, like going somewhere to a picnic or to the movies or to a bar. Just two couples hanging out with each other. It's a double date. My parents always went on double dates with my aunt and uncle because all 4 of them were best friends. And finally, number 10, on the rocks. On the rocks is a relationship experiencing difficulties and is likely to fail. On the rocks doesn't necessarily have to describe a relationship between a couple, but it can really be used to describe any kind of relationship. Like if you don't get along with your mother or your father, you can say that your relationship with them is on the rocks. The man is sad because the relationship with his son is on the rocks.
Let's talk about some weird and strange idioms in English. And an idiom is a fixed set of words that have a particular meaning that's very different than the meaning of the individual words. So if I say something is a piece of cake, many of you may be familiar with this idiom. I'm not talking about food, I'm just saying that something is easy. And that is also, it's a bit of a strange idiom as well. Let's begin with our first idiom, which is, pardon my French. So this is a phrase that is used to apologize for some offensive language. If you say a word that is bad, you would then follow it with this idiom and you might say, pardon my French. If you were to say like, this is bullshit, pardon my French. It's almost like you're trying to say that the bad word is part of another language. But this idiom is used in really a specific context. If you're talking to another person or perhaps a group of people and you kind of want to show respect and you want to be polite, but for some reason you really need to say this bad word, that use this offensive language, so you would follow it with pardon my French. It's like you're trying to say that, well, hey, this is not the way I normally speak. I do not use this language, and you would say something that might be offensive and then follow it with pardon my French.
Now, this is not to say I don't get a ration of shit in every conversation. Pardon my French.
Pardon my French. Today's been a gosh dang motherfudging sugar show.
The fact is, the industry is all of us by the balls. Pardon my French, Your Honor.
Then we have to weasel out of something. And I like this idiom because, well, I like idioms that have animals in them. And to weasel out of something, it means you're trying to avoid something by being dishonest. And I think we could all relate to this idiom if you have some housework to do. I know that I have housework that I have to do. Sometimes my wife might ask me to do something and I'm like, well, wait, I gotta go somewhere. I'll be right back. And yeah, I try to weasel out of doing the housework. I think, again, we can all relate to this one, to weasel out of something.
Hey, Stroker, $10 for the cake. Don't weasel out on me.
Well, I'd be taking an even bigger risk. I didn't hand this to you personally. You're not going to weasel out of my deal again.
If you can weasel me out of this physical, I will blow your mind by doing something incredibly holy at some point. Amen.
Hold your horses. This is, well, I think this is actually probably one of the more common idioms, and it just means that you're telling somebody to be patient, to wait a moment, calm down, relax, hold your horses. And it is a very strange idiom because I have no idea how hold your horses somehow became be patient, but that's the way it is. So this is good idiom if you want to use it and tell somebody, hey, just be patient, just calm down, wait a second, hold your horses.
Hold your horses, I'm coming. Well, apparently it is, because this is taking forever. It's forever.
Hold your horses.
Contact 9, this is dispatch. Come in.
Yeah, hold your horses.
Down in front. Come on, sweetie. Hold your horses, buddy.
The next strange idiom is pot calling the kettle black. And this idiom is used to point out hypocrisy. So if there's a situation and you're trying to point out this hypocrisy, you would just say that statement. You'd say, well, that's the pot calling the kettle black. So to help give you a little more context and meaning, say that you are trying to weasel out of something. And I tell you, like, hey, you should not avoid this, you should do it, you should not try to weasel out of it. And then later on, you learn that I am also trying to maybe weasel out of the same thing or something else. And then you would tell me, you point out that hypocrisy, and you would say, well, that's the pot calling the kettle black.
Why don't you go put some clothes on?
Well, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black? Or African American?
Suddenly she's thinking of filing a restraining order.
Yeah, well, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black?
Drinking while at school is just stupid, and most importantly, any of you guys drinking at all is illegal.
It's a fair amount of the pot calling the kettle black.
Then we have kitten caboodle. And this weird idiom means, well, the whole group of something, of people, the entire amount, all of something. And I think people would use this maybe to give emphasis when you tell somebody that you want, well, everything. I want it all. I want the whole kit and caboodle.
That'd be all, Truman. That's the whole kit and caboodle. Catch you later.
Last week, my stock was worth twice what it is now. I'm thinking about getting out in a whole kit and caboodle of it, boys. I see a vast improvement.
Not too late to change your mind. A lot of good cops want to drop the whole kit and caboodle. Who wouldn't?
Then we have tongue-in-cheek. And this idiom, the meaning is very different than those individual words, because this idiom means that you are just not being serious. You're making a joke, but maybe you're saying it in a serious way, like you're being sarcastic, and you could say that, well, it's just a little tongue-in-cheek. And I think often you might hear people use it in that way. They're telling somebody else, they're explaining that they're just joking, that they're being sarcastic, and you would say, yeah, it's just a little tongue-in-cheek.
After he was threatened by a group that somewhat tongue-in-cheek called itself the Gay Mafia.
You're as straight as an Oklahoma highway.
Seems like kind of an opportunity missed. Would have been funny.
Well, I feel that they were just trying to be tongue-in-cheek.
Ah, a winky face. I guess that could be helpful if I'm saying something tongue-in-cheek.
Here is a very weird idiom, and that is wet behind the ears. And it has a pretty, well, straightforward meaning. If you would describe somebody as wet behind the ears, you're basically saying that they're inexperienced. And I don't know how this came about, that wet behind the ears became somebody who's inexperienced, but it's good to know. And I could say that, yeah, when I first started making these video lessons, I was wet behind the ears. I felt a little uncomfortable being in front of a camera. The quality of the videos were not that great. And yeah, it was because I was wet behind the ears.
Graduated 6 years ago, so you're 27, 28?
Yeah.
How you don't look it. Thank God my last assistant was only 23 and still wet behind the ears.
In fact, he even knew when some wet behind the ears FBI agent decided to put some informant in my cartel.
Next is gung-ho. And if you say that you are gung-ho, it means you're very excited and eager to do something. I am always gung-ho to teach you guys new English lessons each week, especially ones that help you build your vocabulary. That is something that I am gung-ho about. And I hope that you are gung-ho to hit that like button.
Why don't you let your new assistant take all this down?
Wow, you're gung-ho.
You're getting a new assistant? We were all pretty happy when Jeff came around. He became really gung-ho about Abed's documentary.
Yes, his arm is paralyzed. Yes, his legs are paralyzed. Why is everyone so gung-ho to connect those two conditions?
Then we have a very weird idiom, which is mind your P's and Q's. And in my opinion, I think this idiom is perhaps a bit older. It's not one that I have heard in quite some time. And what it means, if somebody tells you to mind your P's and Q's, they're really telling you to mind your manners, to be careful about the way that you behave. And I think people might use it more often if you're talking to somebody, perhaps a child or somebody who's just really being very immature. You could tell them to mind their P's and Q's.
That's right. Capital City Tbilisi and former member of the Soviet Union. And we kindly request y'all mind your P's and Q's.
Now, I want everybody to mind their P's and Q's. That means no effing and jeffing.
The next idiom is a bull in a china shop. And often you would say that perhaps you're talking about a person, and you would say that someone is like a bull in a china shop. And what that means is that this person is not really careful in the way that they move around or even behave. And the idiom, if you think about it, it makes sense, because if you have a china shop, china, it's very fragile, very delicate. A bull is not the animal that you would want to have in a china shop, because everything's gonna break. So in a way, it's almost like you're saying that somebody is just not delicate in handling a particular situation, and you could say that they were acting like a bull in a china shop.
Like an elephant in a china shop.
Bull in a china shop. Anyhow, hey, I am Kurt.
Get out now! Get out, bull in china shop! Out of my house!
Oh, Temple, this is why I come to find peace, dog. You're coming in here like an emotional bull in a china shop.
Then we have this strange idiom, to bite the dust. And I really like this idiom because I am a fan of Queen, and they have a famous song called Another One Bites the Dust. And if you say that someone or something bites the dust, it means, well, to die, to come to an end, or to fail. So if you don't succeed at whatever you were attempting to do, you could tell somebody, yeah, like I was trying to jump over this on my bike and I just bit the dust. I did not succeed, I failed. Or if you want to talk about, well, something dying, probably more common, you would refer to maybe an insect as opposed to a person, because you don't want to talk about people that way. You don't want to act like a bull in a china shop. You want to be a little more caring. But if we're talking about like a mosquito and you kill a mosquito, then yes, that mosquito bit the dust.
It means his current relationship is about ready to bite the dust.
Hard-ass counselors, bullies, all bite the dust, but Timmy's still standing.
I'm laughing because, yeah, this next idiom I think is very strange. I have no idea where it came from, but Bob's your uncle. And this idiom, you may hear it in the US from time to time, but I think it's more common in the UK and Ireland. And what it means is, it's really just a way of saying, well, there it is, it's done, that's it. And often I think people would use it after giving a set of instructions. You're telling somebody to do something, and then once you're finished telling them what to do, you could just end it with Bob's your uncle.
Sit down, big smiles, plant the bug underneath the table. Easy peasy, Japanese, Bob's your uncle, that's it.
So I could give you guys some instructions and say, first, watch this entire lesson. Second, hit that like button. Third, write to me in the comments, and Bob's your uncle. There you have it. It's done. It's over. Bob's your uncle.
Do you like shopping like I do? Because if you do, I have some new shopping idioms for you. And because this is a very, very common subject, you are going to hear these idioms all the time. So what I'm going to do is I'll give you the idioms, a little bit of an explanation of how and when they're used, and then an example sentence. So let's get to it. Our first idiom is window shopping. To window shop means to just look in the window of a store without buying anything and just kind of look and see what is there. And this is probably the one I like the least. And the reason is because when you window shop for something, you don't actually shop. You don't actually go inside the store and buy stuff. You just look, which I guess it can be fun sometimes, but most of the time I think it's more fun when you actually buy things.
We've got a lot of window shopping to do.
Plus, this is the perfect time to catch up on my window shopping.
I'm very well aware that there are many people who like to window shop, and the only thing I like to window shop for is, I think, like furniture and interior design stuff. That can be kind of fun. It gives me ideas. I like to window shop for antiques. So how about you? What do you like to window shop for? Do you like it? Is it annoying? What do you think? The next idiom is rip-off, a rip-off, and this is used as a noun or a verb. So something can be a rip-off or somebody can rip you off. And either way, it's not a good thing, because when something is a rip-off, it means that it costs way more than it should. Way more.
What? What a rip-off? I got ripped off!
A rip-off is kind of an informal way to say that somebody's stealing from you. So if something's a rip-off, you almost feel like somebody was trying to steal money from you. That's how much you're paying for this particular item. It's a rip-off. $4 for an avocado? That's a rip-off. The next idiom is shop till you drop. You may have heard this one. I hear it in movies all the time. Everyone always talks about how they like to shop till they drop. I think it's a catchy idiom because it rhymes. It just means to shop for a really, really long time until you become exhausted. So if you have ever shopped till you drop, you know that feeling of the end of your shopping day when you're just like tired and ready to take a nap or something. At Christmas time, I usually shop till I drop for the perfect gifts. The next idiom is retail therapy or shopping therapy. You could say either one, they mean the same thing. What this means is to shop to make yourself feel better. So just kind of like what it sounds like. This is just something that we do if we've had a bad day or if you've had a rough time. Sometimes we just need a little retail therapy or shopping therapy. I had a bad day at work, so I did a little retail therapy on my way home. The next one is bargain hunting. And when you bargain hunt, you are looking for deals. That is what a bargain is a deal. So bargain hunting means actively searching for really, really good deals on things that you shop for.
Anyway, now we are going bargain hunting.
I'm not going to blow this by bargain hunting.
I like finding good deals, but I don't think I have the patience to always go bargain hunting. My mom loves to go bargain hunting on Black Friday. The next idiom is to shoplift, and this is a little bit of a bad one because, you know, it involves a crime, which is never good. To shoplift means to steal something from a store. You shoplift. If you take it and hide it and walk out with it without paying for it, it's not a good thing. Don't shoplift. The girl shoplifted some candy from the store. Fit like a glove is our next idiom, and we usually use it for clothes or some kind of article of clothing because when something fits like a glove, it means it fits you perfectly. It looks like it was meant for your body. And, you know, it's the perfect size, the perfect shape for you.
Fits like a glove.
68 years since I wore this uniform, still fits me like a glove.
And everyone loves to find something that fits like a glove. It makes us feel great. I love my new shoes. They fit like a glove. Our next idiom is like a bull in a china shop. I know it sounds like a mouthful, but it's kind of a very specific idiom. What it is kind of what you imagine it to be. So if you imagine a bull in a china shop, you know, it would destroy everything. So because everything is breakable, it's porcelain, so it would break.
You know, I'm obviously going to have to go talk to my bull in a china shop.
You're coming in here like an emotional bull in a china shop.
The idiom kind of means the same thing. If somebody behaves like a bull in a china shop, they are acting recklessly, they are acting clumsily, they are causing trouble. He marched into the meeting like a bull in a china shop. Our next idiom is a shopping spree. And the shopping spree is kind of a short period of time in which somebody buys a lot of things. The word spree, it just means kind of a short period of time, and it kind of shows like a lot of things that are happening in a short period of time. When I got pregnant, I went on a shopping spree for baby clothes. Our next idiom is pay through the nose. And this one's really funny for me for some reason. Just imagine taking out money out of our noses. It's actually not that funny in real life because when you pay through the nose, it means you end up paying a lot of money for something, usually more than the fair price.
Make them pay through the nose.
In fact, they'll pay through the nose for it.
So it's not really a fair price that you're paying. You're paying a lot more than that. So it's not such a good thing. We waited until the last moment to get our plane tickets, so we had to pay through the nose.
I'm going to teach you some very common and useful American idioms and expressions that you might hear if you are talking to somebody who is from the United States, or maybe you can use some of these if you plan to visit the US. So believe me when I tell you that this lesson, it's going to be a piece of cake. And that is actually the first idiom that I want to teach you. Many of you are probably familiar with this. I wanted to start with something a little easier, and then it'll get a bit more challenging. But if we say that something is a piece of cake, it just means that something is very easy. So I told you that this lesson, it's going to be a piece of cake. I'm going to teach you these idioms and expressions, and after I explain them and tell you how to use them, I think that you will have a better understanding. And like I said, it's just going to improve your overall fluency. So this lesson, it's a piece of cake.
What's the sound of one hand clapping? Piece of cake. No, Bart, it's a 3,000-year-old riddle with no answer.
And every task you undertake becomes a piece of cake.
What about a race based on merit?
Rank each person individually.
Piece of cake.
Then we have the phrase run late or run behind, and they both mean the same thing. It just means to be late for something. Now, I guess I could say that I use this phrase quite often, and I would tell people that I'm running late. And I would use it often because, yes, I am sometimes late for appointments or if I'm going to meet somebody, but I would call ahead and tell them, hey, don't worry, I'm just running a little late. So in that case, I think it also implies that you are on your way to get somewhere. Or if you're talking about perhaps like a project and you tell your boss, I'm running a little behind. You're telling them that it may be late, but that you're working on it. So again, this is a great expression. I think, especially if you are somebody who tends to be late for things, you could just tell somebody, hey, I'm running a little late, but I will be there.
It's only 4 blocks, but they are so slow.
I'm running late too.
We're running late! We're always running late.
We're running a little behind schedule.
Hi, sorry I'm late. I've been running behind all morning.
Then we have the expression to get the hang of something. And this just means to learn something that's not quite obvious. So for example, I think often you would use this when talking about some type of game or activity. You're trying to learn it and get a little bit better at it. And in that case, you could tell somebody, I'm starting to get the hang of this. I'm starting to feel a little more comfortable. I understand it a little bit better, and I'm starting to get the hang of it. One thing I would like to point out with this expression is that it is often going to end with that pronoun, it. So in that case, it's almost like you know what it is, the game or activity that somebody is talking about. And if you're trying to learn it a little bit better, then you're trying to get the hang of it or starting to get the hang of it. Or you could say he is getting the hang of it, but the activity, so it's often going to end with that pronoun, it.
Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it.
You're gonna get the hang of it. We'll help you.
How's he doing?
Haven't quite gotten the hang of it yet.
Then we have the phrase, all set. And this just means that you are ready and everything is in order. So it's something that maybe you could ask to somebody if you want to know if they're ready, and you could say, hey, all set. Or you could tell somebody if you want to say that you are organized, you're prepared, and you are ready to go. And you'd say, I'm all set. We're all set. We are ready, we're organized, we're prepared. You could also say, just to throw in another expression, good to go. It means the same thing. If somebody says, I'm good to go, that means that they are ready, they're all set.
Ready? Ready. All set.
Okay, we're all set.
Let her rip.
Is it okay if I put out some candy that Pam brought back from Puerto Rico?
Sure, thanks for asking.
Pam, we're all set.
Let me know what you got, Elgin. Good to go.
Weapons good to go.
You're good to go.
Then we have the expression to sound like a broken record. And it really means, well, kind of exactly what it says, and that is that somebody is just repeating something again and again, especially when it's not really necessary, and you would say to another person like, oh, you sound like a broken record. You just keep repeating the same thing again and again and again. Especially when you don't want to hear it, then you could use this expression and say that someone sounds like a broken record. I hope that I don't sound like a broken record, because I do. I tend to repeat things again and again so that you have a better understanding of all of these idioms and expressions, because I just want you to get the hang of it.
You know I sound like a broken record. We are buddies.
You're gonna murder me like you murdered my father?
You people sound like a broken record.
Baby. You sound like a broken record.
Next is the phrase pitch in. And this just means that you start doing something as a group, especially something that is helpful. So if you are working with a group of people, maybe a team, you want everyone to pitch in. You want everyone to do some work, something that's helpful for the group or the team. And in that case, you want everyone to pitch in. But it's used in that context that you might ask someone who may not be helping and you would tell them to pitch in or say you need to pitch in. But it is to do something that's helpful.
Everyone here has a job. We all pitch in.
Glad you could pitch in. He needs all the help he can get.
By the way, if you need help with that, I'm more than happy to pitch in.
Then we have the idiom to blow off some steam. And this just means to do something or to say something that helps you get rid of some energy, often some negative energy, that if you're angry or upset, you might try to, perhaps you go for a run and you just want to blow off some steam. You just want to get rid of that energy. So you could use it when talking about an activity, that you do something physical in order to blow off some steam, or maybe it's something that you say to someone. Perhaps you even might yell at someone and you're trying to blow off some steam.
Time to think. No, let him go. He needs to blow off some steam.
I've never seen him like this.
Give the big lug a break. Even he needs to blow off some steam.
I've been working so hard this semester. Really need to go crazy, you know? Blow off some steam.
You still seem stressed. You want to blow off some steam?
Then we have the expression, it's not rocket science. So this is a statement that somebody would say to another person if they want to express that something is not really difficult and it should be easy to understand. And you'd say, look, it's not rocket science. Listen for this if you're watching a TV show or movie, because again, if somebody wants to say that, like, look, this is not difficult, they might tell somebody, it's not rocket science. So I would tell you guys, learning these idioms and expressions, it's not rocket science. I think it's a piece of cake. And if you just keep practicing a little bit each and every day, then you're really gonna get the hang of it.
Call her, apologize. It's not rocket science.
I mean, fixing your hair is not exactly rocket science.
Because I don't want to go by myself. Barb, it's not rocket science. You just tell your parents you're going to stay at my place afterwards.
Then we have the expression to table something. And this just means to postpone a discussion until a later time. And often I think it might be used in business. Perhaps you're having a meeting with a group of people and you have a list of items that you're going to go through. But you want to discuss one of them at a later time. You might say, let's table this item for right now, and then we will discuss it later. So you could table some item if it's on an agenda, or maybe you could just table some discussion and you will talk about it at a later time. To table something.
Suppose that we table this discussion until, let's say, the second nope is gone.
I think what the Dana's trying to say is there'll be time to talk about that. We can table that for a later date.
What is your job exactly besides making balloon animals?
Protecting your reality.
Okay, guys, can we table this discussion right now? The fact is that we have this stone.
Next is the idiom to jump on the bandwagon. And this just means to start supporting something or to even start doing something because it's trendy or fashionable. Often, I think I would use this idiom when talking about sports, that if there is a sport team that just suddenly started winning and then everybody, they like this team all of a sudden, they're a huge fan, then you could say, look, he just jumped on the bandwagon. He only likes the team because everybody else does. He's supporting this team. He jumped on the bandwagon. Of course, this has happened to me if I'm living somewhere and then that city has a sports team, they become really great. Yeah, I jump on the bandwagon.
Everything's eco-friendly this, eco-friendly that. I just haven't jumped on the bandwagon yet.
Millions of people got on the anti-Denmark bandwagon.
Show me some kind of kindness, not jumping on the Let's Get Meg family bandwagon.
Let's stick with sports for right now because the next expression is to sit in the nosebleed, or you could say to sit in the nosebleed section. And what this refers to is that you are sitting in seats that are very high up at the very top of a stadium, and you're very far away from all of the action. Because you're so high up there, you are sitting in the nosebleed section. And the reason why we use this is because if you are at a very high altitude, then maybe your nose would start to bleed because of the altitude. So if you're high up there in the stadium, then you could say, I'm sitting in the nosebleed section. When I jump on the bandwagon and I want to go see a sports team play, typically, I don't have a ton of money to spend, so I have to find the cheapest tickets, which are usually high up there in the stadium, and I would sit in the nosebleed section.
Can you take me to a concert with my new friend, Harper?
Sure, why not? It'll be nosebleed or obstructed view seat.
But you know what? I have a friend. He's got a couple of seats. If you don't mind the nosebleed section, they're yours.
No, we don't care. We just want to go.
Then we have the idiom to fall through the cracks, and this just means to overlook something. So if you are perhaps doing some project, you don't want to overlook the details, you don't want anything to fall through the cracks.
I need you to be sure that things don't fall through the cracks. Basically, I need you to be more like Dean here.
You do it every week and you forgot. Things are falling through the cracks. I'm pretty sure you've worn that sweater 4 days in a row.
This whole single parent thing. Everything is just falling through the cracks.
So what did I tell you? Those idioms and expressions, piece of cake, all right? It's not rocket science. And I'm sorry, I know that I sound like a broken record because I keep repeating these same idioms and expressions over and over again. I hope you're not upset with me, but if you are a little upset and you think you need to blow off some steam, then I would suggest that you check out another video lesson. I hope that you enjoy these lessons and that you jump on the interactive English bandwagon. Jump on the interactive English bandwagon, and because, okay, I can't think of any more. I'm just trying to review as much as I can. Now, you just learned many idioms, and they can certainly be confusing because the meaning doesn't really match up with the individual words, but that's not all that can be confusing. After all, English is a kind of a crazy language. So let's talk about some confusing English words because they either have the same spelling or the same pronunciation or even both. And I really want to highlight some words, talk about the difference, why they're confusing, and hopefully just clear up any confusion that you may have. So let's do that right now. English is full of confusing words like these first two words that I have for you, between and among. They're both prepositions, but you're going to use between when you're talking about, well, two things or two people. There's a one-on-one relationship. Use among when you're talking about, well, more than two, and it's not really distinct. So I could say, the information in this lesson, let's keep that between you and me. I'm talking about a one-on-one relationship between you and me. Or there's an idiom that is between a rock and a hard place. This is talking about a difficult situation. A rock, a hard place, you're between it. It's not a good place to be. It's a difficult situation. Now with among, I know I told you to keep this information between you and me, but I'd rather you share it among all of your friends. So in that case, I'm talking about that group. And you may also hear people use amongst instead of among, and they mean the same thing. I think it's more common to use among, especially in the United States. Amongst, it's a little bit of an older word, but there are still some phrases, statements, in which people are likely to use amongst. If you are in front of a group of people, and maybe you're talking to them and you have to leave the room, you could say, talk amongst yourselves. That is a statement that you may hear in which people may use amongst. Now, between you and me, if you truly want to build your vocabulary, learn the difference between these confusing words, I suggest you subscribe, turn on notifications so that you learn about future lessons and I can become your English teacher. My name is Wes. The channel, Interactive English, that's what it's all about, trying to help you improve and reach your fluency goals. The next two confusing words that I have for you, reluctant and reticent. They're both adjectives, but you're going to use reluctant to refer to something that maybe you are hesitant to do or you're unwilling to do this thing. Use reticent when you're really talking about somebody's manner, that they're shy or reserved. So in that case, I think it's more common that you're going to hear people use reluctant when talking about things they're unwilling to do in general. Reticent, it's going to allow you to be more specific. So maybe if we're talking about somebody shy to speak and they don't want to speak, they're reluctant to speak, then you could describe them as being a bit reticent because we know that they're a little shy. If I were talking about maybe a team that had to do a presentation, and I could say, well, she was reluctant to put together the presentation. She was unwilling to do it. Maybe it was very difficult, but then he was reticent to give the presentation. So in that case, I'm talking about, well, his willingness to speak. He was reticent, he was shy, he didn't really want to do it. Here are another couple of confusing words, achieve and accomplish. And these are great words to know. So you're going to use achieve when talking about, well, you want to succeed in something. If you use accomplish, then that means, well, you've finished something, often successfully. So if I were to say, like, I want to achieve my goal, it means that I want to reach this point and I want to do it successfully. That's a little different than if I say I accomplished my goal. Well, then it's finished and, well, perhaps I was successful. Think of it this way. I always talk about trying to achieve English fluency, that you want to be successful in learning English. And it's not something that you're probably ever going to finish. So in that case, I'm not going to use accomplish. But if I'm talking about like a mission or a task, well, then I could say that I want to accomplish this mission, or maybe I already accomplished this mission. It's done, it's complete, and I did what I needed to do. Then we have customers and clients. So customers refer to people who are buying a product or service, and clients refer to people who need some type of professional support or help from another person or a company. So I am going to tell you, I'm going to give you a situation, talking about some people, and I want you to think whether I'm talking about customers or clients. I'll give you a moment and then I'll tell you the answer. So if I am talking about, well, shopping at the mall, those are customers. If I need to hire a lawyer and I need to use their services, then I am the client. If a company uses services from another company, then they would be, this is a little tricky because they could be either clients or customers. So in some instances, they may be used interchangeably. It really just depends on the relationship, maybe between these companies, but that's another reason why they can be a bit confusing. And finally, if I were to talk about, well, people at a restaurant, those are customers. Yes, those are customers. Here are another couple of confusing words, figuratively and literally. They're adverbs. We use figuratively to refer to, well, using words or phrases in an imaginative way, talking about something that is not realistic. You would use literally to talk about something that, well, is realistic, something that happened. So there's a phrase that people might use with figuratively, and they may say, figuratively speaking, at the beginning of their statement, and then go on to say something that is not realistic. Figuratively speaking, people were kicking down the doors to buy the new iPhone. So it's not realistic, it's just an example, and people would do this really kind of to emphasize their statement. If I want to use literally, and this does happen, maybe you're talking with a friend about another friend, and that person shows up and you say, hey, we were literally just talking about you. So this was realistic. It happened. The reason why these words may be confusing is because people use literally instead of figuratively. And I know that may seem a little strange because their meaning it's pretty much the opposite. And there are people who say this is incorrect, this should not happen, but you should be aware that this is something that occurs in spoken English. Somebody might say something like, I literally have not slept in weeks. Of course, that's not true. It's not realistic, but they may use literally just to try and emphasize the fact that they have not been sleeping at all. Or I could say people have literally been kicking down the doors to buy the new iPhone. So once again, I'm talking about something that's not realistic, but I'm using literally instead of figuratively. This is something that happens quite often in spoken English, and I'm even guilty of doing this from time to time. Then we have these confusing abbreviations, e.g. versus i.e. And it's something that people will often confuse in writing. They may even confuse it in spoken English if people say these abbreviations, but you're going to use e.g. in order to mean for example. You're going to use i.e. It's like saying that is to say, or it's even interchangeable with specifically. So let me try to make it a little easier for you to understand. If I were to say something like, I've been trying to eat more foods that are high in protein, e.g. tuna, broccoli, chicken. I'm really just giving an example of some of the things that I'm eating. If I were to say, well, the hotels downtown, they raise their price during the high season, i.e. May to August. Now I'm specifically talking about that time period, May to August. Let me give you a couple of statements and you tell me if we should use e.g. or i.e. If I were to say, the restaurant is closed once a week, on Mondays. All right, in that case, you should use i.e. because we're talking specifically about Mondays. How about, there are many chores that I have to do during the week. Take out the trash, mop the floor, clean the living room. Okay, you should have said e.g. because once again, I'm giving just examples of some of the chores that I have to do. So just really keep that in mind. E.g. is used to just give some examples. I.e. is much more specific. You are talking about something that is specifically happening or some specific information. And then we have these two confusing words, consecutive and concurrent. And I think they may be confused mostly because of, well, the spelling, and they kind of sound like they might be the same word, but they have different meanings. You're going to use consecutive to talk about, well, something that happens one after the other without interruption. And you use concurrent to talk about, well, things that are happening at the same time. So I could say that the city experienced consecutive heat waves. There was a heat wave, and once it ended, without interruption, another one started. Or if I were to use concurrent, I could say, well, the country is experiencing concurrent heat waves. That there are different heat waves happening across the country at the same time. It's concurrent. So just remember, there are two different meanings, consecutive, one after the other, without interruption. Concurrent, it means happening at the same time. We need to have a talk about phrasal verbs. Okay, so phrasal verbs can be very confusing, they can be very annoying, but they're very important to learn because we use them quite often, especially when speaking. I want to look at some phrasal verbs that, well, these can be very confusing because their meaning is similar. Nevertheless, there are some slight differences which I want to teach you, and this is really going to help with your comprehension and your overall English fluency. So let's just go ahead and start with these two phrasal verbs right here, burn up and burn down. Now, when I first started teaching English, and I was having to learn a lot about the English language, and one of the things that I came across was just trying to show how crazy the English language could be. And somebody was asking a question and they said, how is it possible that a house can burn down at the same time it's burning up? That just doesn't make any sense. But it's true, that can happen, because if we have this sentence and somebody says, oh my God, my house is burning down. All right, it means the same thing, and somebody could say, oh my God, my house is burning up. So both of these phrasal verbs mean that something is destroyed by fire. And in the example that I just gave you, you could use either phrasal verb. You could say, my house is burning down, or my house is burning up. Either one of them, it's okay, they mean the same thing. But there is a slight difference between these two phrasal verbs, because if you say that something is burning down, what that makes me think of is some type of structure, like a home or a building or a bridge. And when it burns down, that structure is just destroyed, and often it may just collapse. If we're talking about something that burns up, it makes me think of something that is perhaps smaller, like an individual item. Not always, because you could say that a home is burning up, but I think you will typically use this with smaller individual items, paper, a book, or perhaps photo albums. Let's use that as an example. So if you have this home and your home is burning down, inside the home, maybe you have some photo albums. It's a smaller item, and if it's destroyed by the fire, then you would say, my photo albums burned up in the fire. They were destroyed by the fire, but another word that I want to give you to help you probably better understand it would be that it was consumed by this fire. I think that word may help you make a distinction between burn down and burn up. So if something burns up, it's really consumed. You could also use the phrasal verb when you get rid of energy. When you consume energy, you can burn up calories. And the other thing that I would say about burn up, I think there is a level of intensity, that this is happening right in front of you. It's intense, it's really hot, it's getting hotter and hotter. And in that case, think of the same way if somebody has a fever, they might say, wow, your forehead is burning up. You're really burning up. It's intense, it's getting hot. And that is another way in which you could use this phrasal verb. So in my original example of saying that my house is burning down or my house is burning up, I think they are interchangeable. You could use either one. But I think it's because you are talking about something that is happening right at that moment. You are watching this structure getting destroyed by the fire. My house is burning down. You are watching the home getting consumed, and it's very intense. My house is burning up. If we are going to talk about this in the past, and it's already happened, I think in that case, most people would use burn down. And you could say, last year, my home burned down. All right. You're probably not going to use burn up if you're talking about something that's larger like a home. You may use it if you are looking at it at that moment and you see that the fire is consuming it. It's very intense. You could say, oh no, my house is burning up. So again, even though these phrasal verbs have a very similar meaning, there are some slight differences between the two. Now let's look at the phrasal verbs walk up and walk down. So let me give you an example. Perhaps you are looking for a restaurant and you ask somebody on the street, hey, do you know where this restaurant is? And they say, oh, it's just right over there. Just walk down the street and you'll see it. Or maybe they say, just walk up the street and you'll see it. In this case, both are correct. You can use either one because walk down and walk up, it means that you are just walking to some place. I would say that there can be some subtle differences because you can take geography into consideration. So for example, if a person is going to be walking uphill, then I'm more likely to use walk up. Just walk up the street and you'll see it. If the person's going to be walking downhill, then I'm probably going to use down. Just walk down the street and you'll see it. And if it's flat, well, then you can use either one. I would say that I think that in spoken English, people are more likely going to use walk down. Now, one way we can check this is using a great resource like Google's Ngram Viewer, which pretty much shows you how common different words and phrases are. And you can compare the two. So I can compare walk up and walk down, and when I looked it up, lo and behold, I saw that their usage is very similar. One is not that much more common than the other. And then I was thinking, wait, maybe, am I wrong? Is it just me that I would use walk down and a lot of other people would use walk up? Perhaps that is the case, but we can look at it a little closer in depth because if you use walk up, it can also mean something that's a little different. So walk up can mean to walk to a person or place with a level of confidence, that you are feeling very confident, you have something you want to say, and you might walk right up to some person or you walk up to some place. Let me give you some examples. I could say, she walked up to her boss and said, "I quit." All right. She walked up to her boss. She was very confident and really had something important to say. Another example would be, he walked up to her and asked her out on a date. Again, in that situation, you are walking to someone, but there really is a level of confidence that you have when you are going to this person or this place. So when I went back to Google Ngram Viewer, I was a little more specific with my phrase, and I put in walk down the street and walk up the street. And yes, in that case, you can see that walk down the street is more common than walk up the street. And this also applies to drive. If you want to say drive up or drive down. Perhaps you're looking for a grocery store and you ask somebody and they say, "Oh, it's just drive down the road and you'll see it in about 10 minutes. Or just drive up the road and you'll see it in 10 minutes. Again, they're interchangeable. They mean the same thing. You are driving to some place. But I think it also applies if somebody's going to be driving uphill, you could use drive up. If they're driving downhill, drive down. And if it's flat, either one. But once again, I think drive down is going to be used more often in spoken English. Now let's look at these phrasal verbs, take off and lift off. So I could say, the helicopter is taking off, or the helicopter is lifting off. Both of them are correct, and both of them kind of mean the same thing in this case. But these phrasal verbs do have a bit of a difference. So, for example, take off refers to an aircraft or a bird or an insect that leaves the ground and begins to fly. Lift off refers to the action of some aircraft or spacecraft that is leaving the ground. And typically with liftoff, I kind of think of going straight up. You are going straight up from a particular point. So you could say that a rocket could lift off the ground, or a helicopter could lift off the ground, a hot air balloon could lift off the ground, a drone could lift off the ground. So if we're talking about takeoff, I could use takeoff with all of those as well. I could say the rocket took off, the helicopter took off, the hot air balloon, it also took off, even the drone, it took off. Because I can use takeoff with all of those as well as many more, if we're talking about, well, like birds, insects, and planes, takeoff is used much more often than lift off. The reason why I think somebody would use lift off would be if they just want to be a little more specific and precise whenever they're speaking or perhaps writing, and they want to say that this aircraft is leaving the ground and it's kind of moving straight up. So you think of a rocket, a helicopter, a hot air balloon, a drone. Those are things that can lift off, but they could also take off as well. I hope that you have a little bit of a better understanding about the differences between these phrasal verbs, even though in certain instances they are interchangeable and you could use either one. Used to and used to. Now, they can be a little confusing, not necessarily when speaking, but when trying to determine, well, which one you should use in writing. And I say they're not really confused when speaking because the pronunciation is the same, and I will come back to that a little bit later on. But for right now, let's focus on used to, because this is definitely the most common one that you are going to use when speaking or writing. And I think, well, used to alone can be confusing because, well, dictionaries may look at it different ways. Cambridge has used to as a modal verb. Merriam-Webster says that used to is an adjective as well as a verb. Macmillan Dictionary has used to as a modal verb. Oxford Learner's Dictionary also says that used to is a modal verb, and dictionary.com has it as an adjective as well as a verb. Let's first make a distinction between used to as a modal verb or verb and used to as an adjective. Now, the grammar is different, the part of speech, but also the meaning is different. So right now, let's get rid of the adjective, forget about the adjective. Let's just focus on used to as a verb or modal verb. And I keep saying verb, modal verb, as you saw some of the dictionaries have it listed differently. And that is because in some ways, used to acts like a modal verb, and in other ways it really doesn't. But whether or not used to is considered a verb or a modal verb, the meaning's the same, and let's talk about the meaning because that is very important. And what this means is it's talking about something that was repeatedly done in the past, or even a situation that existed in the past, but the thing is not done anymore, or the situation does not exist anymore today in the present. So we'll give you some examples talking about myself. I could say, I used to live in South Korea. That is true. That is a situation that existed in the past. And when I lived in South Korea, I used to run around this lake twice a week. Bamun Lake, I used to run around it twice a week, and that is something that I had done repeatedly, except for the winter. In the winter, it was a bit too cold, so during those months, I used to sit on my ass. I could say that. Sometimes, not always. In those sentences, used to is a modal verb. It is a helping verb, and I already told you that it has some similarities to modal verbs, like it has one form, it's not conjugated. So I said, I used to live in South Korea. If I change the subject to he, it's not going to change. He used to live in South Korea. But used to, it can act differently from your average modal verb. For example, with modal verbs, you're not going to follow it with to. So I can say something like, I can swim, or it will rain, or you should write to me in the comments. I just love hearing from you. You should write to me in the comments. Now, with all of those sentences, we have the modal verb, and then we follow it with the infinitive, the base verb. There is no to. An exception is used to. I used to run around the lake, and well, even if I wanted to change the subject and talk about myself in the third person to show that the form is not going to change, I could say, in winter, Wes used to sit around on his ass, but sometimes. All right, so to is going to come before the base verb, and that's why I think if you're trying to think about it, I think it's best to consider used to as just one phrase. Try to think about it together as one phrase, used to. Questions and negative statements also make used to different from other modal verbs, because if we're talking about questions, typically we can just use the modal verb to create a question. Can he swim? Will it rain? And if we're talking about negative statements, then you're just going to use not with a typical modal verb. He cannot swim, or it won't rain. But this is not the case with used to. Of course, used to, it just has to be different than all the other modal verbs. And I think this is also when people might say, okay, it acts more like a verb, because if we're talking about questions, used to, it refers to the past. So with questions, you're going to use did, and if you're going to make a negative statement, then you're going to use did not. So if we're going to use it as a question, I could ask you, did you used to study English? And if I want to say a negative statement, then I could say, well, I didn't used to have hair like this. And that's because I used to shave my head. But more importantly than my shaved head is that you now see that used to has changed. The spelling has changed to used to. And this is what I want you to remember. If we're talking about questions and negative statements, you are going to use used to, and you're going to spell it U-S-E. I told you that the only distinction is in writing because, well, the pronunciation's the same, whether you're saying used to or used to, it's the same pronunciation. The D and the T, they blend together to create one sound. So yeah, the pronunciation, it's really the same. Nobody's gonna know if you end up making a mistake, because you're still just going to say used to or used to. And now that you have a perfect understanding of used to being used as a modal verb / verb, let's now talk about used to being used as an adjective. So the first thing that I want to tell you is the meaning. I told you that the meaning is different, and what this means is that, well, it's referring to something that you are familiar with or that you are accustomed to. And it often follows the verb to be. So I could say, well, I am used to hot weather. All right, it's just something that I'm used to. I'm not used to cold weather. It's just something I'm not that familiar with. And in this case, because used to is an adjective, it's not going to change whether we're talking about questions or negative statements. You are always going to spell used to like this, U-S-E-D. Another thing that I want to tell you about used to as an adjective, just giving you another example, I do not think any of us were used to staying inside for so long during the pandemic. And I think that's true. I think we can all relate to that sentence. And the thing that I wanted to point out with this sentence is that you may often follow used to with a gerund, and you're used to doing something. Like, I'm used to taking the bus in the morning, or I'm not used to working late. But even though we were not used to staying inside during the pandemic, we had to get used to it. And I just gave you an example right there of it being used with another verb that is not the verb to be. And that, I think, is also, it's a common usage to get used to doing something, or even people using it as an imperative statement, giving a command and you're telling somebody, get used to it. But just remember, used to as an adjective has a different meaning than used to as a modal verb or verb. That's the one thing that I really want you to remember from this lesson. And yes, it's confusing, but I think over time, the more you listen, the more you practice, you're just going to get used to it. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't? If you are confused right now, then that is because of homonyms, and I promise that by the end of this lesson, you will not be confused anymore. So let's talk about homonyms like these two words right here, flower and flower. So homonyms are words that are pronounced the same, or maybe they're spelled the same as another word, but they have a different meaning. And flower, you can hear that they are pronounced the same, but you can see that they are not spelled the same and they do not have the same meaning. All of the words that I'm going to teach you in this lesson are like this. To be exact, they are called homophones. But homophones, those are a type of homonym. I'm also giving you the phonetic spelling and the IPA so that you can actually see the pronunciation. I think that'll make it a little bit easier for you. And I'll tell you the different meanings as well. And if we're talking about this flower, well, then that is one that you might find in a garden or in a park. It has a very pleasant smell. And this other flower, well, that is referring to that fine powder that you might use for cooking, like if you're baking a cake. Then we have these two words right here, addition and addition. All right, good words to know. So the words have 3 syllables, and that first and third syllable, you can hear that schwa sound, that sound. The T-I-O-N is pronounced as shun, and the syllable stress comes before it on the second syllable, addition. If we're talking about this addition, well, then we're referring to adding numbers together, like in math. And this other addition would be talking about like a book or a newspaper or a magazine being published. And there might be different additions. Then we have click and click. So this first click, I think, is more common. It's the verb to click on something. Think about a computer. You might click on a link. I hope all of you click on that like button and show me a little bit of love. The next click, that Q-U-E, it has that K sound, but it's referring to a small, exclusive group of people. And what I would say is maybe think about like high school. That's how I think it's commonly used, talking about young people. They have their exclusive group of friends, and you might refer to it as a clique. I don't think this word is often used to reference or talk about adults. Then we have these two homonyms right here, patience and patience. These words have two syllables. The stress is on that first syllable. And notice both words, they have that T-I-E, which is pronounced sh, with that schwa sound. Patience. And in this word, patience, the T is going to be silent. And this refers to, well, a person who is under medical care or getting some type of medical treatment. And this patience refers to the ability to wait and not be annoyed by something, especially if there is a delay. And you could say somebody has patience. Moose, and you guessed it, moose. All right, these words are homonyms, and you may be familiar with this moose, that large mammal that's part of the deer family. And this other moose is talking about that creamy and foamy dessert, and it's actually a French word because the dessert, it comes from France. And in French, it means like froth or foamy, which is what gives it its second meaning in English, because you could talk about mousse referring to a foamy substance that somebody could use for styling their hair. Like right now, I did not use any mousse. I did use a little bit of gel, but not mousse. The next set of homonyms, metal and metal. So both of these words, it's going to end with that dark L, that L, and you're not going to release it at the end. But these words are homonyms in American English, mostly because if we're talking about that T in metal, it's going to be a flap T, which is going to sound more like a soft D sound. And the reason that we're going to use a flap T is because it comes between two vowel sounds. So I'm from the United States, so I would pronounce it as metal, which then means it's a homonym with the verb, to metal. So metal, the noun, which is the one with the T, is talking about an element like gold or silver that is generally hard and strong. And metal, the verb, to meddle, it means that you are getting involved in a situation in which, you have not been asked to be involved and to share your opinion. And you could hear somebody talk about meddling in somebody else's business or meddling in someone else's personal affairs, to meddle. Then we have horse and horse. So this horse, very well known, the animal that people can ride around on. I don't know if you have ever ridden on a horse, but this next horse, this is a good word. Hopefully you're building your vocabulary. It allows you to be a little more specific because it's talking about the sound of a person's voice. So if somebody sounds hoarse, it means that their voice sounds a bit rough, possibly because they have a cold. So you could hear somebody inquire and say, hey, your voice, it sounds a little hoarse. Do you have a cold? Are you feeling okay? Then we have principle and principle. These two words, I think, are commonly confused. So hopefully we'll clear this up right now. Of course, both words sound the same. So they have three syllables. The stress is on the first syllable. That second and third syllable, you'll hear that schwa sound. Principle. Principle. So these words are confusing because they have multiple meanings. And I think this is especially important in your writing because, of course, you want to make sure that you are using the correct one. So if we're talking about this principle as a noun, it refers to a person who is the leader of a school. A school has a principal. If we're going to use this word as an adjective, well, then it just means that something that is very important. I could talk about the principal reason for doing something. If we're talking about this principle as a noun, it could refer to like a basis of conduct, and you say that someone has principles. Or it could be used to refer to like a set of rules that explain how we should do something or what's happening, that you want to follow these principles. Then we have gorilla and gorilla. These words have three syllables. That first and third syllable, you'll hear that schwa sound. And the stress is on the second syllable, gorilla, gorilla. And this gorilla refers to that giant ape, Perhaps you have seen a gorilla at the zoo. And this other gorilla, it's a noun. It's talking about like a member of an unofficial military group. And the group of people together, you would say they are gorillas. The next set of homonyms, core and core. And I'm sure that one word you're thinking, what? Wait a second, that sounds nothing like the way it's spelled. Well, the reason for that, it's like you have that P and S. You don't even hear it. The other thing I would say about this word is that it is singular. You see that S, I think people might think that it is a plural noun, but it's singular. So let me explain why this is pronounced core. So the origin of this word, it comes from Latin, corpus, which means body. Now this word was borrowed from French, as well as the pronunciation core, which is why you don't hear the P and the S. So if we're talking about this core, it refers to the central part of something like the Earth's core. And this core refers to a military organization, kind of like that body, that organization, that body, the Army Corps. Then we have sweet and sweet. I'm sure you may like this one word like I do. Sweet, it is talking about a flavor, something that's sugary. I really enjoy foods that are sweet. And this other sweet, that S-U-I, it is pronounced like sweet. And that is because it's another word that's been borrowed from French. And it refers to a set of connected rooms, like that you might find at a hotel suite. Then we have these three words, C's, C's, and C's. Okay, you have that long E, and it ends with that Z sound. So C's, well, this is just talking about like the ocean. This sees, the verb, to look at something, and really talking about it in the third person, like he sees or she sees. And then this other verb, to seize something, means to grab a hold of it suddenly. Okay, so now that you have a much better understanding of homonyms, let's go back to that riddle I told you at the beginning of the lesson. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't? Think about which word is a homonym. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. Okay? The word 8 is a homonym. We could be talking about, well, the number 8, or the verb to eat in the past tense, which is 8. And that was the word I was saying all along. There are 30 cows in a field and 28 chickens. How many didn't? The answer, of course, is 10. I know you're probably thinking, well, wait a second, cows don't eat chickens. Of course they don't. It's just a riddle. But it's a fun little way to introduce and talk about homonyms. Which preposition should we use to complete this sentence? In, on, or at? Actually, you could use any of them. All of them are correct. It really just depends on the context. And that's what I want to do in today's lesson. I want to break it down for you so that you easily understand how to use each of these prepositions when talking about place. And I'm also going to give you a little bit of a mini quiz at the end to see how much you've learned. So let's begin with in. And when you're thinking about in, think about an enclosed space that you are surrounded on all sides. And I want to give you some, well, general ideas as to when you would use this preposition. So you will use in to talk about locations within a larger area. How many people live in this town? You'll use in with a car, taxi, or van. If I were to say, hey, we're waiting in the car. It's used to talk about workplaces or industries. If someone asks, where do you work? I work in human resources, or I work in fashion. And if you've seen many of my video lessons, you know I absolutely do not work in fashion. It's my fashion's pretty bad. You would use in with water. Let's all get in the pool, or the expression, there's plenty of fish in the sea. So again, we're talking about the sea, we're talking about water, and you would use this expression to say that, well, if somebody's single and they're looking to have a relationship and find a partner, You're saying this to encourage them to keep looking, that there's somebody out there for them. Don't give up hope. There's plenty of fish in the sea. We use this preposition with class. I'm having trouble paying attention in class. I'm enclosed in this space. And we also use it with printed materials. If you don't know the meaning of a word, you can look it up in the dictionary. And you can think about it that, well, that word, it's surrounded by other pages, so it's in the dictionary. So just keep these in mind when you're thinking about in. And now let's talk about on, and when you will use this preposition. And when it comes to on, I want you to think about a surface, that something is attached to or touching something else. So we use on to refer to the position of something on any surface. Your coffee is on the table. I found some money on the sidewalk. It's used to talk about a floor in a building. I work on the 7th floor. It also describes the position along a road or river or by the sea or a lake. I could say the car is on the road. The boat is on the river. Again, it's on that surface. Or I could even say I grew up on the East Coast. So I'm talking about the coast where I grew up on that surface, and I would say on the East Coast. So when you're talking about the coast, east, west, use on. Now the next few are technically not on the surface, but I still want you to use on. So we're going to use it when talking about being on public transit, like a bus or a plane. I'm on a bus heading downtown, or I'm on a plane to Chicago. And I know this can be a little tricky because we use in with a car, like you're surrounded, you're enclosed. So one way to think about it is that you're going to use in with smaller vehicles, and you'll use on with larger modes of transportation. But again, there's always exceptions because you're still going to use on with a bike or motorcycle, on a bike or on a motorcycle. We use the preposition on with left or right. My house is on the left. Oh, no, sorry, it's on the right. And we'll use this preposition with media as well. Did you see the new show on Netflix? Or you may be watching this lesson on YouTube. So just keep all of this in mind when it comes to using on. So now let's talk about at and when to use this preposition. And when you think about at, I want you to think of a point, a specific location or position. So of course we're going to use at when we're referring to the position or location as a point. I could say there's a package at the front door. We use it to refer to an address. I live at 44 Main Street. And this can be a little confusing because if we're just talking about the street, then we'll use on. I live on Main Street, on that surface. But if I give the specific location, 44 Main Street, well, now we're talking about a point, so we're going to use at. We use this preposition to refer to most shops or public places. And in this case, I want you to think about a larger point. So I could say I'm shopping at the mall. And you would use at even if you are in the mall. Because if somebody were to ask you like, hey, where are you? They're typically asking about your location. So that's why you would use at and say, I'm shopping at the mall. We use it to refer to group activities. I could ask you, how many people were at your party? We also use it with school or university. I studied at a top-notch university. And that's not really true. I studied at a party school, but you get the point. With either of those, we're going to use at. And we use this preposition with work or home. I could really say that right now I'm working at home. So this should give you a better idea as to when you would use at. Now let's go back to our original sentence, and I told you that all three prepositions are correct. It really just depends on the context. So if I say I'm in the lake, well, that just means that I'm physically in the water. I'm surrounded by the water. If I were to say I'm on the lake, well, now I'm talking about the surface. So it really implies that I'm probably on a boat and I'm out on the water and I'm on the lake. And if I were to say I'm at the lake, well, now I'm talking about a specific location Even though it's a larger area, if somebody were to ask, where are you? Then I would say, I'm at the lake, because we're talking about location. And right now, I want to test your knowledge. I have a little mini quiz for you. I'm going to give you a sentence, and I want you to think, well, which preposition best completes it? In, on, or at? I'll give you a moment to think about it, and then I'll tell you the answer. So your first sentence is, I found a mistake, the first page. Which preposition would you use? The answer is on. So in this case, we're talking about the surface of the page, on the first page. I found a mistake on the first page. So just keep this in mind. If we're talking about a page, we're going to use on. And that is a little tricky because remember, we're going to use in when talking about printed materials like a book. So something is on a page, but in a book. Here's your next sentence. She felt proud, the end of her month-long journey. What do you think? The correct answer is at. She felt proud at the end of her month-long journey because we're talking about that point, that location. She's at the end of her journey. And these are really common phrases with at if we're talking about, well, at the beginning of something or at the end of something. Then there's this sentence, there are no public toilets, the city center. The correct answer is in. There are no public toilets in the city center. We're going to use in because we're talking about a location within a larger area. Here's a question for you. Do you have anything? Your pockets. I think you know this. The correct answer is in. Do you have anything in your pockets? We're talking about an enclosed area. Here's another one. We wanted to sit the front of the plane. I'm trying to trick you a little bit, but the correct answer is at. We wanted to sit at the front of the plane. I told you that with public transit, you're going to use on a plane, but in this case, we're talking about a specific location on a plane. So in that case, we're going to use at the front of the plane. How about this one? Please refer to the graph, the slide. The correct answer is on. Please refer to the graph on the slide. So once again, we're talking about the surface of something on a page, on a slide. So how'd you do on the quiz? I want you to be honest. Let me know down in the comments because I just love hearing from you.
I'm going to tell you a secret. Well, it's not really a secret, but you should listen carefully to what I'm about to say because I'm going to tell you the difference between these two words. And these two words confuse English learners mostly because their meaning is pretty similar. So let's get right to it. First, let's look at the verb say. Now, we use this verb when we want to say something to someone. Now, we don't necessarily have to identify the person or people that we are saying something to, but we're just saying something in general. And that something might be general information. The weather report says it's going to rain today. In this example, the weather report is saying something. We don't really know specifically who they're saying it to, but they're just saying it in general. Another example is that you might be saying your opinion about something. The kids said Wes' teacher is crazy. Or perhaps you're reading what the instructions say.
Instructions say if we finish the game, it'll all go away.
So in each of these examples, we were saying something to someone. Now, this is different from the verb tell, which is when we tell someone something. In this case, we usually identify the person or people that we are talking to, which is why tell is often followed by a direct object. Take a look at these examples. Ioana told Wes to take out the garbage. In this example, Ioana is telling Wes, she's telling me something. She's telling me to take out the garbage.
Wes, can you please take out the trash?
Yeah, I'll do it.
We tell our students to join our social media classes. This, of course, is something that we tell you all the time. We tell you to join our social media classes. So join them. Here are a few more examples using tell. And keep in mind the object that follows the verb. She told me to sit in this chair. The teacher tells us to do our homework. My mom told me to take a bath. I told you not to wake me up. Now keep in mind that there are a few exceptions when it comes to using tell. I know, English and all the exceptions, it sucks. But you don't always have to tell someone. Sometimes you can just tell something. For example, you can tell a secret. You can tell a lie. You can tell the truth. You can tell a joke. And you can also tell a story. These are several exceptions when it comes to using tell. And you just have to memorize them, use them, and you will eventually remember them. I'm telling you the truth. Okay, let's practice what we've learned. And this is a listening comprehension activity. I am going to tell you a sentence, and that sentence is missing a word, which is either say or tell. After listening to each sentence, I want you to say your answers out loud. You'll be saying this to me, and I'm going to be listening. I'll give you a moment to say your answer, and then after, I will tell you the correct answer. So let's begin. I don't want you to any more lies. I don't want you to any more lies. The answer is tell. This is one of those exceptions. You tell a lie. I don't want you to tell any more lies. I can't hear you. Can you please say your answer again? I want you to say your answer. I can't hear you. Could you please say your answer again? I want you to say your answer. The answer is say, because I want you to say something, which is the answer. I want you to say your answer out loud. That was so rude. I can't believe he didn't say hello. That was so rude. I can't believe he didn't say hello. The answer is say, because we were talking about something that the person didn't say. I can't believe he didn't say hello. I can't remember. What did you tell me I should do? I can't remember. What did you tell me I should do? The answer is tell, because we're talking about telling someone something. What did you tell me I should do? Perhaps it's a little easy when I do the activity. Now, let's see if you can listen for these words when other people say them.
Be careful what you... Be careful what you... Be careful what you say.
Now tell the truth. Now tell the truth. Now tell the truth.
Just the first thing that pops into your mind. Just the first thing that pops into your mind. Just say the first thing that pops into your mind.
Don't his name. Don't his name. Don't say his name.
And what did you tell her? And what did you tell her? And what did you tell her?
Something I'm giving up on you. Something I'm giving up on you. Say something I'm giving up on you.
I just want to tell you that you are amazing. You have made it through the entire lesson and got so much exposure to a variety of different words and phrases. And I'm sure that you knew some of this vocabulary already. I'm sure that some of it was also new. But in general, the goal is to keep building your vocabulary and developing your understanding of the language, because ultimately that is what's going to help you reach your fluency goals. If you enjoyed this lesson and learned something new, you can let me know by hitting that like button. As always, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time. So long.